never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a lot of progress is being made to end the Russia-Ukraine war.
Speaking at a joint news conference with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Trump said the groundwork is being laid for a ceasefire deal between the two sides.
As I discussed with Prime Minister Starmer, the next step we're making is toward a very achievable ceasefire. We hope that can happen quickly.
Trump said the U.S. will be reimbursed for providing defense funds for Ukraine and cited the minerals deal he made with Ukrainian President Zelensky. The Prime Minister brought a letter from King Charles for President Trump inviting him to Windsor Castle.
I want to thank King Charles. Thank you very much, and we accept.
President Trump said his administration has made historic progress when it comes to creating peace around the world. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Attorney General Pam Bondi released a new batch of Jeffrey Epstein files, but not the client list.
A lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information, but it's pretty sick what that man did.
Epstein pled guilty and was convicted back in 2008 by a Florida state court of procuring a child for prostitution. Epstein was arrested again in 2019 on federal charges for the sex trafficking of minors. He later died in prison in New York. An $8 million fishing boat was stolen from a port in Washington state by a fake captain.
The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife says the crew was sleeping when the man came on board and told them to get underway. They thought the real captain sent him because he knew how to run the boat. As they went to sea, he started talking about meeting the Chinese mothership. They realized he was an imposter and got him to turn the boat around. Police say he had $4,000 in cash and a large amount of individually packaged marijuana. He was arrested and charged with possession of stolen property. I'm Brad Ford.
Wall Street closed lower today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 193 points. The S&P 500 lost 94 points. The Nasdaq dropped 530 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was not too happy to learn that Andrew and Tristan Tate were on board a plane for the Sunshine State. Despite facing human trafficking and sex with a minor charges in Romania, the private plane landed at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport this morning.
Florida is not a place where you're welcome with that type of conduct.
He says the Florida Attorney General is looking at state jurisdiction to see what action could be potentially taken. The Tate brothers are big supporters of the president, and the Trump administration had been reportedly pushing for their travel restrictions to be lifted. The pair maintains their innocence. Investigators say a landing gear failure may have led to the deadly plane crash in Scottsdale, Arizona earlier this month.
November 1, Victor, November, Scottsdale Tower, you up, still on me. November 1, Victor, November, Scottsdale Tower, you on me. This type 751, maintain pattern just maintain your altitude and enter a right base, expect to go around, we just had an emergency.
The NTSB released a preliminary report which states that the Learjet's left landing gear was not in a normal position when it landed. The jet was traveling at around 55 miles per hour when it veered off the runway and crashed into a Gulfstream jet that was parked. The recently fired chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department is appealing that decision. L.A. Mayor Karen Bass fired Kristen Crowley last week. The mayor insists the chief didn't do a good job before, during, and after the January fires. Crowley officially sent notice to the L.A. City Council appealing her termination. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Then cue the microphone. It is showtime. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. We kick off a brand new day. Hey, that would be Friday. Anybody ready for the weekend? I don't know about you, but I am. Well, we've got to get through a Friday first. So we will turn the page on the calendar. Looky there, the final day of February. Here it is, wrapping it up, 28th. And we'll tear a page off the calendar at the midnight hour, rolling into March 1st, first weekend of March coming on here. So ready or not, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Definitely a little cooler out there than we've been the last couple of nights. We're at 41. It could be worse. But had a lot of wind this past day. There's actually many areas going to be dealing with a lot of wind for your Friday, and that is the northern and north central portions of the country. Wind advisories, North Dakota, South Dakota, much of Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, on down into the Ohio Valley. Northern two-thirds of Illinois, most of Indiana, north of the Ohio River in Ohio, wind advisories, red flag warnings for much of Nebraska and southern Iowa. That's thanks to an Alberta Clipper system. It's going to remain primarily north of the U.S.-Canadian border. They're looking at another hefty shot of snow through parts of Ontario and Quebec between Friday and Saturday. Some of that snow will reach down into the northern half of New York and on through Vermont, New Hampshire, into Maine over the weekend. But the southern side of that storm, and that's what's going to be whipping up the winds as we head through the weekend. Tonight, most of the lower 48 is pretty much high and dry. Still a few snow showers there in western portions of Pennsylvania. Not enough to prompt any sort of weather advisories. So maybe a few slick spots on bridges and overpasses when some of them snow showers push through. But aside from that, things looking pretty good. A great night for, again, moving freight across the lower 48. We're going to start looking ahead as we head into the weekend here, because the first significant threat, they're telling us now, of severe weather for the month of March is going to be building across the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley early next week. We're close enough now where the models are coming together. We look toward Tuesday for the Mississippi Valley before shifting toward the Appalachians, the northeastern Gulf Coast, and the southern portions of the eastern seaboard, maybe toward midweek next week. Now, this threat is going to include the potential for tornadoes. A storm currently over the northern Pacific. That's going to push onshore in the northwestern U.S. over the weekend. It then dives across the Rockies Monday. The next path will take it across the southern states where it taps into Gulf moisture, and the combination of that moisture building warmth and a strong jet stream will boost that risk of severe weather and likely tornadoes. At this stage, numerous to widespread severe thunderstorms will likely occur on Tuesday over the south central region, and at least some severe thunderstorm activity on Wednesday from part of the Ohio Valley into the southeastern USA. Forecasters are going to be watching the situation very closely over the next couple days, but according to AccuWeather meteorologist Eddie Walker, as we see it now, thunderstorms are likely to erupt rather quickly, strengthen, and organize midday on Tuesday. This appears to be primarily a strong wind gust event, but there still can be a few tornadoes. Now, straight line wind, some of the peak straight line gust in many of these storms will range between 65 and 75 miles per hour. That's Category 1 hurricane intensity. Gusts are currently rated could reach 90 miles per hour in some of the stronger storms. Sometimes when thunderstorms erupt quickly and organize into a solid line, There may be fewer supercell thunderstorms. Individual supercell storms are the ones that produce the strongest tornadoes. Damaging hail and flash flooding also a concern from the storms as they move along. As the storms approach and pass through the airport hubs, ground stops, flight delays are in the offing. Motorists will encounter delays on the highways with poor visibility, windswept rain, and ponding in some of these torrential downpours. Thunderstorms are projected to organize into a solid line, a squall line, as we look toward Tuesday night and Wednesday. So you're getting plenty of advance notice here. Since the center of the low pressure or storm is likely to track northeastward into the Midwest, the threat of severe weather on Wednesday may extend all the way from Ohio to Florida and Virginia along that advancing cold front. Wind gusts are likely to remain the primary threat. Gusts in the strongest storm, 65 to 75 miles per hour. Gusts from Wednesday's storm remain, possibly reaching 90 miles per hour. That same storm system is going to have a cold and wet portion to deal with. There will be a bit of snow on the backside of that storm on Tuesday from the Rockies to the Great Lakes. Now, it looks like the warmest air of the year so far could have the snow cover in the northern tier primed for a rapid meltdown. There may be some flooding across the interior northeast next week, Wednesday night. Rain pouring down on top of some of the snow, especially where we see some of that snow in upstate New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire piling up over the weekend here prior to that storm's arrival. Of course, March makes a significant upturn in severe weather, especially in the south central and southeastern states, as the change of the seasons, the building warmth and moisture from the Gulf kind of overlap. The pattern through much of March will continue to favor storms of similar nature traveling out from the Rockies, either toward the Great Lakes or the middle and southern East Coast areas. Looks like there's the potential for at least 3 more severe weather events over the next 3 weeks, according to the long-term models. The scope, location, intensity, all yet to be determined, but it appears we're going to be jumping into a very busy weather pattern as we head into the month of March. So enjoy, I guess, maybe the tranquil conditions, although it's a bit cooler as we head into the weekend after we saw numerous record highs being threatened over the past week here. All right, 15 past the hour, 844-844-3388. Yes, I am aware. I got a message from Ryan here a few hours ago. They've been working on this ever since last Sunday when radio.co did an update to their system. There's been conflicting issues. Ryan's been having to stay up till midnight on a nightly basis. He advises me, he spoke to radio.co about the issue where you've got 2 things playing at the same time on the app. So that's ongoing. Radio.co said, please just let it do what it's doing so they can try and figure out what the hell's going on. So on their end, trying to fix things, but it's been a topsy-turvy weekend with the app. It's another night right now, at least, where it looks like many are going to be, make the flip, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, everything up and running there. OvernightDriveRadio.com. I do believe the feed there should be the live program. What they've got is they've got a pre-recorded program, things that would maybe play during the daytime hours, overlapping with our live program here this morning. I guess Sasquatch wanted to advise me about that. Yeah, we got the double dip, the double play going, Sasquatch.
Well, yeah, kind of. I just, I mean, it's nice to hear 2 shows at once, I mean, if you got a split personality, then it works, right?
Very difficult to understand anything, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you got my mentality, it's kind of difficult to understand me just anyway, so I kind of fit right in. I just wanted to jump in there. Obviously, you already know it. everything. So I got one question, and I know that a lot of people are beating this up, but people wanted new representation and felt like we were not getting a fair share and getting fair representation from our government. Now that we're getting it, why are we complaining so much?
Most of us aren't complaining. The ones that are complaining are some of the, the government workers that are losing their jobs in the federal workforce. But
I have some friends that work for a government agency, and they're concerned. But I hate seeing anybody lose their job, but it just kind of makes me wonder, about it. I'm just concerned by people. We got somebody that's standing up for the American public and saying, "Yeah, we're getting ripped off."
Oh yeah, when they're revealing that many of these individuals may be receiving a paycheck, may not really be doing anything. I mean, it's just you've got people, redundant positions. Yeah, people sitting back. Well, what do you actually do with this agency? Do you take? No, my secretary does that. No, my secretary does that. They sit behind a desk all day doing nothing.
Right. And I know of, I won't say where, but I know of some people that actually, you work from home, and they changed it, and I think this is a good thing, but they actually could sit there and move their mouse on their computer every 15 minutes. Or so.
Yeah, to make it look like they were doing something. So like the system was active.
Right.
Yeah. Wow.
Right. Now that got changed. They can't do that anymore. Because you have to have so many keystrokes or all that stuff, and and they actually, the ones that didn't cause a problem, got to start working from home again. On a split week. In other words, Monday and Friday, or whatever 2 days that you wanted to work from home.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't catch a whole lot of news today, so I was just kind of like, are these people, it's kind of like they have to sneak up on their paycheck every week and hold their hand out, like they're
yes,
like
sir.
They're ashamed of it, and that bothers me. And granted, we have more people in this country than we ever dreamed of having. Okay, just by population and the baby boomers and everything else going on, but does it really take? Are they on to something? Is President Trump onto something? Is he figuring all that out? Yeah. But the only question I want to ask, though, is 8 years ago, did he already know this? Did he not get to do this on his first time around?
And the
Or
answer,
did this all happen in the last?
I say the answer to that question is Donald Trump learned a whole lot in those 4 years. Yeah, all the individuals he had working for him, doing everything in their power to try to undermine him being able to do his job. This time, what we're seeing is the house cleaning. All right, Sasquatch, thanks for checking in. We'll get to some of our other listening friends. Are we indeed one day closer to the greatest day of the week? Is that correct?
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, ready for a Friday? We'll kick things off here. Friday, the greatest day of the week.
We're one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
I'm
back.
So says Cap and Ron. Well, welcome back. Yeah.
Yeah, we're one day closer to the end of the month, too. How about that?
Yeah, this is it, brother. The end of the line.
Yeah. Check that month off of the calendar. So, is there any meteor showers going on right now? Do you know? You can look.
Not that I'm aware of right now.
I was driving into work this morning, and I saw one drop straight down in the sky in front of me. I don't know if it's a star, meteor, or whatever, but it's pretty cool. I see that every once in a while. You know, you're driving along and you're looking and you just see it just pop up. It's kind of cool. We got clear skies down here tonight. Stars are out nice and bright. But yeah, the wife had shoulder surgery. Her rotator cuff was tore in 2 spots. And what I don't get is she still had full range of motion in her shoulder. And they had to grind some bone down because her bicep tendon had come loose from the bone too, so they had to repair that. Her 1-hour surgery ended up being 3 hours.
Wow.
So, yeah. I'm glad it wasn't me, but it was her left shoulder, so at least it wasn't her dominant hand.
So
I tore a rotator cuff back in 98, I think it was, and I was off work for 9 months. But she went back to work Wednesday, so I guess she can do like light duty at her job. But yeah, I was off for 9 months. Before they gave me the okay to climb in and out of the truck. That was what they were afraid of, was slipping, getting in and out of the truck.
So I'm guessing, would you spend a few days this week home taking care of Mama?
Yeah, trying to. I'm not a very good caregiver. I'm doing the best I can, but I can't figure out meals and all of that stuff. I had a hard enough time giving her medicine at the right times. I was getting up every 4 hours to give her medicine.
Mm-hmm.
And she
She's been in the recliner 24/7. She hasn't even been able to get in the bed.
Wow, that ain't no fun.
Well, she did try to get in the bed. She got in the bed, but then wasn't able to get back out. Get back out of it. She wasn't going to be able to do it. So I don't know what we're going to do about that yet. She's got 5 more weeks to be in. It's one of them slings that's got that big old cushion underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you've seen them. Now, my mom had her shoulder surgery back in mid-January, and they just put her in a regular sling. And I told her I didn't like her doctor. And that facility she went to, they lost her dentures.
Whoops.
Yeah, I've never heard of that, but yeah, they lost her dentures, so now she was in rehab for 2-3 weeks and wasn't able to, of course, go get fitted for more dentures. She's going through that right now, but it's going to be 6 more weeks before she gets her dentures. $4,500.
Whoa.
And, yeah, they're pretty expensive. But, well, let's see, we're up against the clock. I appreciate you taking my call, and it's 60 degrees rolling north through Gainesville, Florida tonight.
60, I'll take that. We're down to 38, but all right. Well, thanks for the update. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. And prayers for a speedy recovery for your better half there. News break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Attorney General Pam Bondi released a new batch of Jeffrey Epstein files, but not the client list.
A lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information.
Epstein pled guilty and was convicted back in 2008 by a Florida state court of procuring a child for prostitution. Epstein was arrested again in 2019 on federal charges for the sex trafficking of minors. He later died in prison in New York. An $8 million fishing boat was stolen from a port in Washington state by a fake captain.
The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife says the crew was sleeping when the man came on board and told them to get underway. They thought the real captain sent him because he knew how to run the boat. As they went to sea, he started talking about meeting the Chinese mothership. They realized he was an imposter and got him to turn the boat around. Police say he had $4,000 in cash and a large amount of individually packaged marijuana. He was arrested and charged with possession of stolen property. I'm Brad Ford.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues, and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, indeed, a Friday underway. And hello to Neil out of the box. Check it in via the YouTube feed. Good to have you on board, Neil. Shorty, where are we at? I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia. 41 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve. The overnight crew. Yeah, rest in peace to Gene Hackman and his wife and one of their dogs. Apparently, there were actually 3 dogs, 2 of which were still alive. One was pretty healthy, the other was a bit emaciated, but yeah, we've got all the latest. What's going on there? First thing I thought was, maybe carbon monoxide poisoning. They had been deceased for some length of time, according to the reports. But again, more coming up. Hello, Philly Dan, TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Tank is in the house. 46 degrees, El Reno, Oklahoma. We are headed east toward the home 20. Everybody have a blessed day and a great weekend. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, be safe, 42 degrees, Platkill, New York. Round 4 to Schenectady. It's back to Wilmington, Delaware to reload for Monday. We'll take a couple nights off. We'll enjoy some adult beverages in time to start practicing for barbecue competition. As springtime rapidly approaches, barbecue competition season just around the corner. All right, good luck. Happy Friday, Steve. The 15 car. Check it in from Charlotte. I think the app's having issues. 2 shows at once. Had to switch over to YouTube. Thank you for making the switch. As I mentioned, they're again working on it. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The Midnight Hour and TGIF. For the last time this week, for the last time this month, in the year of our Lord 2025, Steve hunkered down in the secret bunker somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust. So here we are, the FR3 antenna's up, the stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Now, if you want your frequency waves transmitted all across the great nation and beyond, dial it up at 844-844-3388. There you go. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Get ready for the weekend ahead by cranking up the volume on your listening device. The overnight drive, reaching your frontal lobe. All right, thank you, Pappy. Hello to the tapeworm. Good morning, all ready for another overnight drive with the man, the myth, the legend. Oh, boy, Mr. Steve Sommers. Thank you. There's Jerry checking in from Kokomo. What do we have here? 33 degrees. See, a little cooler tonight here in Kokomo. Yeah, let's see. It was 47. We had some sunshine this past day. Yeah, it's the change of seasons. Up and down, up and down. That's going to be the trend in the coming days. And, of course, as he likes to say, tell him you love him every chance you get. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Friday, whatever day. 4 days till Mardi Gras. 22 days till spring. 51 days till Easter. Got the usual run tonight. We're at 45, partly cloudy near Florence, Kentucky. On a side note, one of our listening friends texted me, you're having issues with the app. That is correct. Have a great weekend when you get one. Everybody's noticing that, aren't they? Cripshot checks in from Newport, Kentucky. Hello to all. Sin City, hello. Marianne, Eskimo Mom, Pappy, all the truck drivers out there. Let them roll. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 44 degrees, fair skies, downtown Cincinnati. Oh, okay. Yes, Steve. Your worst fear is realized. I have breached the safety perimeter of the secret bunker, rattling the hinges on your bunker door. All right. I got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck flying by southbound at a high rate of speed. It is an epic night. Yeah, that was me. Special one-night-only shout-out to Senor Heatwave from the Queen City tonight. Least you could have done is swung by and dropped me off a Crave case, some Whitey Castles. All right, safe travels there, Lauren. The Russians are spying on your app, Steve. Yes, they are. Hello to Kim. Good morning, Steve. Happy Friday. The weekend is here. Brett's good morning all from Bozeman here. Is that Montana? All right, Lou's on board as well. Tony. Hello, Steve, and the Hotshot Secret Nation from the bowels of the Ohio River in southern Illinois tonight. We've got 51 degrees. Buckeye Boy back in Woodstock, Georgia, 47 degrees. Just got to my parking lot about 5 miles from the house. I was able to get my Indy and Cincinnati pickups today. Going to be listening in for a little bit while I wind down and get a bite to eat here. Got to unload them both come Monday after an oil change at a PM. And we'll load for Kansas City, Missouri for next Thursday. Probably won't leave till late Tuesday. All right, I'll pick it back up Friday, head back to Georgia on the road, as they say. Have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. There's Crazy Ray, one Crazy Ray from West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours in radio, 31 degrees with clear skies. All right, High Tech. High Tech wants to offer a rebuttal, you say? A rebuttal?
Yeah. After I got off, you came off with all that negative stuff on crypto. I figured I'd come in and make a rebuttal there, because most of all the crypto problems right now are happening because of what they call meme coins, which is basically what I'm giving away. It's free. If anybody tries to sell you a meme coin to get rich, run away very quick, because it's what they call a rug pull. What they'll do is they'll say, "Oh, we got this great meme coin, buy it for a penny." And then when everybody buys it for a penny, they're holding like 1 million of them, and then they'll dump their 1 million coins, take the money, and run, and that runs it down to being worth nothing. Mm-hmm. That's called a rug pull. So yeah, I mean, it's like a chainsaw, Steve. It's the most useful tool ever invented. Well, not ever, but one of the most useful tools ever invented, but it's also the most dangerous tool. I'll give you, for instance, I have, well, not in my pocket, but in my briefcase here sitting beside me, a tool that I can walk up behind you, bump your billfold, and suck your credit card information right out of your billfold.
Yep.
It's a credit card scanner. You know, that tap and pay that everybody likes, the convenience.
I know those
You know.
exist. I mean, actually, somebody for Christmas got me this little. It's a little sleeve to put your credit card in to prevent that from being able to be done.
Yeah, well, I mean, because I accept credit cards for stuff I sell. I mean, if I was a nefarious person, I could sit there and hang around in Walmart and just bump people and, suck $5 off your card. You know, I just suck it off, call it a Walmart charge on the screen, and you would never notice a $5 charge. And you just keep doing that and doing it and doing it. You know, people notice when you say, well, I sucked $1,000 off the card, but most people don't even notice a $5 charge. So you just go up there and keep bumping that $5 charge off everybody in the store, and before long, you've got thousands of dollars. And that's how everything in life is dangerous. You just got to know how it works. It's just like AI and crypto is something you can trace. That's why I push it, because let's just give it for instance. Let's say the government, experimental Bitcoin, everybody's heard of Bitcoin, went to using Bitcoin to make payments. Let's say I wanted to know where this particular Bitcoin went. I can go on the blockchain and type in the serial number for that particular Bitcoin, or the fraction of a Bitcoin, and see where it went. I could trace it throughout its entire history from when it was created all the way to the end. So there's no hiding it. You know, technically, you can't hide it.
But you don't know who owns it. You have no idea if it's somebody, it could be someone in Belgium, it could be someone in France, it could be someone in the U.S. You just don't know who it is or what they're using it to buy, right?
Well, most of the time, like when you give money to a charity, you know the wallet address because you're sending it. Let's say I send you 1 million trucker coins. You have to send me your wallet address. I know where it went to. It went to that wallet address, which it could be you, it could be Billy Bob on top of a mountain, but I know that I sent it to that address. So therefore, if you contact me later, say yes, I got it. I said, well, I know that's your address.
Mm-hmm.
So and you can hide it later using things called VPNs and all like that. But that's exactly why I call the trucker coin a worthless coin. It's worthless. It's only there for practice. If you lose it, you've lost nothing. That's why it's free.
Mm-hmm.
It's worth the transfer fee. That's all it's worth. But anyway, that's just my idea. Now you had a bunch of other stuff you read. Oh, Gene Hackman. Oh man, I heard about that. That was kind of weird. But it does tell you something about dogs and cats. A dog will starve itself to death before it eats its owner.
The cat would eat you.
Where a cat will eat you.
That is a true fact. That's a fact. Yep.
Yep. A dog won't. Dog actually has enough loyalty that it will starve itself before it eats its owner. If you're nice to the dog, I mean, if you're mean to the dog, he'll probably go ahead and he'll probably poop on you while he's eating you.
Yeah, right.
So, I see you got your YouTube channel back.
Yeah, yes, we do. YouTube's back. It's been for about 6 weeks now.
Right. Amazing how that kind of coincided with another event. What was it? Orange Man coming back into office?
You notice, Zuckerberg making the changes, eliminating the fact checkers. They put an appeal in. I got a new guy, Ryan. He put an appeal into YouTube, and lo and behold, they saw no reason to not allow the program back on.
I know. Isn't that just amazing how that happened? I thought when I seen you come back on, I says, "Wow, that's awful strange timing right there. That all of a sudden everything comes back online, and well, it's not just YouTube can't be trusted. They'll go with the wind. But here's the thing: it's just like Pam Bundy on the Epstein files.
Yes,
she found out that her own people are lying to her. She has to clean her own house out. I guarantee you the Epstein files being held back will get more people fired out of the FBI
100%.
than any other thing because they're going to get fired because of the simple fact they held it back from their boss. If I was a boss, I'd clean house. I'd say, you did what? You're all fired. The whole New York bureau would be fired immediately. I'd shut it down and say and put out a help wanted ad saying we're hiring new people that can actually live by their oath of office.
I think it just goes to show, this shows how deep and dirty this whole Epstein thing is. Even with the new administration, even with all the changes that have already taken place, there are those, some still in high places at the FBI, that are doing everything possible to try to prevent this from coming out. Seeing as he brought that up, let's go ahead and jump on that topic. Because as 24 hours ago, we were talking about Pam Bondi, promising she was going to release some of these files here this past day. It didn't happen, but it will. Pam Bondi is on the case. She has now directed the new FBI director, Kash Patel, to handle the seemingly rogue FBI field office in New York for repeatedly refusing to provide her with the full set of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. This letter from her office was revealed yesterday, Thursday. A photo of the letter, which was dated February 27, this past day, from Pam Bondi to Kash Patel, was obtained by independent journalist Tim Poole and confirmed as authentic by Mike Cernovich and Jack Posobiec, both of whom were present at the White House for an Epstein Files Phase 1 briefing this past morning. Bondi begins her letter. Before you came into office, I requested the full, complete files related to Jeffrey Epstein. In response to this request, I received approximately 200 pages of documents, which consisted primarily of flight logs, Epstein's list of contacts, and a list of victims' names and phone numbers. I repeatedly questioned whether this was the full set of documents responsive to my request, and was repeatedly assured by the FBI we have received a full set of documents. Before reporting, she got a tip from a source at the FBI field office in New York stating that the Bureau was withholding the complete files. Bondi says, late yesterday, I learned from a source that the FBI field office in New York was in possession of thousands of pages of documents related to the investigation and indictment. Despite my repeated request, the FBI never disclosed the existence of these files. Now, she notes she had already spoken to Kash Patel after receiving that tip Wednesday evening, writing that the FBI director, Patel, was just as surprised as I was to learn this new information. She then handed Patel two hard deadlines. By 8 a.m. tomorrow, that would be the date of February 28, today, Friday, the FBI will deliver the full and complete Epstein files to my office, including all records, documents, audio, and video recordings, and materials related to Jeffrey Epstein and his clients, regardless of how such information was obtained. I am also directing you to conduct an immediate investigation into why my order to the FBI was not followed. You will deliver to me a comprehensive report of your findings and proposed personnel action within 14 days. In other words, heads are going to roll. Now, in her conclusion, Bondi added that she knows Patel is committed to transparency for the American people. A Department of Justice source corroborated her claim that the FBI field office in New York withheld Epstein files in a statement to Real Clear Politics. That source also claimed that Bondi and Patel are 100% on the same page. Source inside the FBI field office in New York apparently alerted Bondi to the withheld files just hours after she announced on the Jesse Waters prime time that her office would be releasing, quote, a lot of information on Thursday, this past day. This so-called whistleblower, Garrett O'Boyle, said the FBI right now is rushing to destroy evidence before Kash Patel and newly appointed Deputy Director Dan Bongino can investigate. Stating, quote, people inside the FBI have been working night and day to destroy files on these servers, and I was told that once these files are destroyed, the way they're set up, that even Elon Musk could not restore them. Does this have anything to do with the release of Epstein's list? Yeah, Peterson says, I question the timing of this story. These people have known that they were going to have to delete files for a while, right? So I'm 100% sure there's been some deletion going on for some time now. At this point, there's only one thing that can be done. Get in there as fast as possible and go after those people who deleted files and punish them. Now, Peterson has faith that the new powers at the FBI will do what's right. Is Dan Bongino not going to try and find those people and punish them? Of course he is. Is Kash Patel going to hold back and hesitate to pull the trigger? No, of course not. He's not. Yeah, this brings up Bondi's sudden silence. Yeah, of course, last weekend she teased the release. Yeah, said the documents were on her desk. I'm sure there's a lot of legal things under the surface that you don't know about, but at some point they have to make good on those promises. Furthermore, the White House counselor Alina Habba, in light of all this unfolding this past day, said prosecutions will be taking place related to the information being released on Epstein. Of course, Ghislaine Maxwell, his associate, found guilty of abetting Epstein's criminal actions. It is incredibly disturbing, she says. We have flight logs, information, names that will come out. She was being interviewed by Piers Morgan, apparently, asking whether the revelations would be shocking. She said, I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden, kept secret, and not held accountable. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through the process. I won't say they're guilty until they go through their time in court. But again, it is now time for accountability. Morgan asked whether criminal prosecutions are likely to come from the release of this information, to which she said, absolutely. It would be negligent for us not to. You have to hold individuals who are indeed rapists accountable. We have to have them tried, in my opinion. Nobody should be just dismissed. Yeah, you have to have your time in court, and your case will be heard. But to actually hide lists, to protect political friends, all of that, we don't have time for that. Bondi is irate coming to find out that those thousands of pages of documents were being withheld by the FBI. As we just shared her letter there, she has directed Kash Patel that before her confirmation, she had only received, before his confirmation, she had only received 200 pages of documents. Late yesterday, I learned the FBI New York office has thousands of pages. So again, Cash, I guess, is probably up at this hour because he's been ordered by Pam Bondi, 8 o'clock this morning, which is, 7 hours away? Yeah, she wants all these files, videos, audio, no matter where it was obtained, she wants it on her desk. Yeah, if it hasn't been deleted, you got to wonder now how much of this, because we're talking people in high places. In some cases, people with lots of money. How many millions of dollars might an FBI agent might be able to be bought for to delete things, make this disappear? 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A court order that had set a midnight deadline for the Trump administration to release frozen foreign aid funding has been put on hold by Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts.
Foreign aid groups had sued to continue their work and pay already due vendors. The Supreme Court weighing next steps, asking both sides for more information by tomorrow.
The Justice Department filed an emergency application yesterday saying it didn't have enough time to unfreeze the $2 billion in aid money. The family of the Menendez brothers are speaking out to advocate for their release from prison.
Anna Maria Baralt, cousin of the brothers, said they've expressed a ton of remorse for years.
Inmates, corrections officers, and administrators have all gone on record to say Eric and Lyle have been model people while incarcerated.
Wednesday, California Governor Gavin Newsom ordered the parole board to investigate whether releasing the brothers would pose an unreasonable risk to the public. The Menendez brothers were sentenced to life in prison without parole for the 1989 murders of their parents. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The people behind the movement to get California to split from the United States say their effort is gaining momentum. Marcus Ruiz Evans of Fresno is the man who started the ball rolling to make the 31st U.S. state independent.
He says the Cal Exit movement, as it's known, is picking up support from Californians who say they have vast political differences from Washington, D.C. His team of proponents must gather nearly 547,000 valid signatures from registered voters by July 22nd. The goal is to get the question of California becoming an independent nation on the 2028 ballot. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Egg prices are predicted to increase by 41% this year. That's according to a report released by the Agriculture Department.
That has some looking to start harvesting their own with backyard chickens. You have to factor in the chicken feed, the cost of the coop, and all the time it takes to both harvest the eggs and clean up the mess. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Some say President Trump's get tough on crime approach at the southern border is working. The head of the Texas State Troopers say there has been a dramatic change in illegal immigration.
The numbers right now are the lowest that we've ever seen them. I think there's several days this week that were below 100.
DPS Director Freeman Martin says they're already planning on ramping down law enforcement at the border. Currently, there are troopers from all over the state on special assignment at the border, and that's going to be the first to end. A new study from Bankrate is focusing on financial literacy in America.
Analyst Alex Gailey says parents need to teach money matters to their kids.
What we found is that Americans who were exposed to a strong financial education during their childhood are more likely to have successfully negotiated raises at work. They're also more likely to practice healthy financial habits as adults, such as setting a budget or saving for the future.
Gailey says having a strong understanding of what it means to earn money helps you increase your earnings over time. She says 66% of Americans who grew up with a strong financial education have successfully negotiated pay raises during their careers. That compares with 39% of Americans with little or no exposure to money lessons growing up. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Blue Origin's upcoming flight to space is going to feature a group of famous women. The rocket company owned by Jeff Bezos announced today that Katy Perry, Gayle King, and Lauren Sanchez are going to be part of that crew, joined by NASA rocket scientist Aisha Bowie and bioastronautics research scientist Amanda Nguyen. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As we roll into a brand new day from time zone to time zone, final day of February coming on. Thanks for being with us. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, looking out west, a series of storms bringing some impacts to California on into next week. Including some cooler air and some moisture. The first storm, rather weak as it pushes inland from now till Saturday. This storm will mostly occupy the middle part of the atmosphere. It may have enough influence to turn off the offshore winds, cool down the air, and maybe bring a few sporadic showers along with some clouds. Even where it does not rain from this first storm, which will be most areas. Temperatures are going to be 10 to 20 degrees cooler today, Friday and Saturday, compared to what we saw midweek, Wednesday, Thursday. Since the first storm will have moistened the atmosphere a little bit, rainfall should be a bit more generous with system number 2, including some snow for the higher elevations of the Sierra Nevada. You could see enough rain in the northern and central parts of the state to create some mild-mannered runoff and some puddles. In coastal areas of Southern California, enough rain maybe to wet the ground at times Sunday into Monday. Now, people awaiting and arriving for the Academy Awards in Hollywood Sunday afternoon may need an umbrella or a rain slicker with the shower activity. It's possible there could even be a stray thunderstorm around Sunday afternoon and evening. Someone pointed out, very interesting, that, I don't know, if all this Epstein stuff comes out, and I don't know if she gets all these documents on her desk, say this morning at 8 a.m., they're probably still going to take some time to go through and make sure the names of victims and anything like that would be removed. But how would it look with some of the A-list names, the big-time celebs in Hollywood that may find themselves on that list? You think that they might just maybe not show up for the Academy Awards this weekend? If that were to happen, I think it's going to be very interesting. But nonetheless, on to some of our industry headlines. First, this came my way via Braindead this past day, to which he said he's pretty PO'd. He is not at all happy. Yeah, this goes back to the demise of Yellow, and he had talked earlier this week how he and others were waiting for their compensation for the WARN Act. What was that? Would that be 60, 90 days of compensation? This pretty much spells out, at best, former Yellow employees are going to get maybe 14 days worth of compensation. That's at best. You may ultimately get nothing. Here's the deal. The federal bankruptcy court in Delaware found that Yellow Corporation is not liable for a failure to provide, 60 days notice to roughly 22,000 union employees ahead of that mass layoff in 23. The court ruled the company was a liquidating fiduciary, winding down affairs, and not an employer at the time the layoffs were ordered, releasing their liability. Yellow determined on July 26th of 2023 they had no viable path forward and enacted a plan to shut down operations. They terminated non-union employees on July the 28th, with union employees being let go 2 days later. That was July 30th, the same day they permanently closed. The Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act, a.k.a. the WARN Act notices, were provided to employees, but not 60 days in advance as the law requires. They say there are several exceptions that allow employers to shorten the notice period. The liquidating fiduciary exemption was one such applicable defense for Yellow, according to the court. The court said Yellow proved at a 3-day trial back in January that its last shipment was made on July 29 of 2023 at 11:30 p.m. Eastern. And after that point, it was no longer an employer, simply a fiduciary focused on unwinding affairs and preparing to liquidate assets. In short, once an entity that is winding down has stopped running their business but is merely in the process of liquidating, it is no longer an employer. It is now a liquidating fiduciary, according to the judge. Now, the judge pointed out, he said that even though Yellow still had employees actively securing their terminals, prior case law makes plain that a defendant that has employees who are still working but is no longer operating their core business functions is not an employer within the meaning of the WARN Act. The court previously ruled Yellow was liable for claims from approximately 3,500 non-union employees who were terminated on the 28th when they were still making shipments. That ruling said that those claims could be reduced as the company appeared to act in good faith when planning and preparing the WARN notices. Now, the judge's opinion Wednesday also said that if the court is incorrect in determining that Yellow was not an employer when the layoffs were ordered, the claims should be reduced to account for 14 days of back pay and benefits, not 60 days as previously thought. Because the debtors were a liquidating fiduciary as of July 30, at the latest, the union members' claims for WARN Act liability shall be disallowed. Alternatively, if there is any WARN Act liability, such liability shall be limited to 14 days of back pay and benefits per affected employee. Again, so 14 days at best, and you may get nothing. Counsel for the union employees had argued at trial that Yellow may have intentionally delayed the termination orders until it was clearly a liquidating fiduciary in order to circumvent liability. The company said they waited until the Sunday, July 30, a day with very little activity and very few employees at its terminals to terminate union employees, stating they did so to prevent any potential conflict or damage to property. There's nothing to indicate that a decision as to when particular employees would be terminated was made or communicated to anyone on any date prior to the date on which the WARN notices were given, says the judge. Now, because this is an issue on which the Teamsters bear the burden of proof, the absence of any evidence of an earlier order, even on the broadest understanding of the term order, is fatal to their contention. So it kind of turns the tables. Are there any such communications, email, documents that were circulating inside, the management leadership of the inner circle well in advance? That's going to be the burden of proof, apparently now, for the union to prove. Most by now, it's like, Brain Dead, Heat Wave, and so many others. You might as well just write it off. What is done is done. You may, whatever 2 weeks worth of compensation might have been, you may see that somewhere down the line. But I wouldn't hold my breath. All right, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, in other industry headlines, as we shared 24 hours ago, a lot of discussion about cargo theft, and actually a hearing that was slated to take place Thursday morning, which indeed it did, with several individuals testifying before the Senate committee, one of which was White House Executive Vice President Louis Pugh, who said fraud is on the rise in trucking, as criminals have discovered many vulnerabilities within our industry. Stakeholders are doing all they can to protect themselves from criminals, but their capabilities are extremely limited. A small business trucker, it lacks the resources to prevent scams that originate overseas or the authority to ensure brokers comply with the existing transparency regulations. There are systems and regulations in place that can help reverse the growing trend of fraud. But the federal government is struggling to provide the support for the shippers, carriers, and the brokers need. It was the Senate Surface Transportation, Freight, Pipelines, and Safety Subcommittee that held a hearing Thursday morning looking at the growing problem of cargo theft and freight fraud in the U.S. supply chain. We shared last evening where CargoNet and Overhaul reported large increases in cases of freight fraud last year. The Transportation Intermediaries Association estimated that it cost the U.S. supply chain about $1 billion annually. Subcommittee Chair Senator Todd Young, citing some of the statistics during the hearing, that suggested the overall problem of cargo theft could cost as much as $35 billion per year. Now, Pugh testified to provide some insight into how freight fraud negatively impacts or affects truckers in the overall industry, stating that unfortunately, small trucking businesses are both the most vulnerable to fraud and the least likely to be able to recover from an incident. Most commonly, motor carriers are held responsible for the loss of cargo due to fraud, with cost ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars per incident. Now, he said that there have been several incidents of OOIDA members actually going out of business after an instance of freight fraud. That's not hyperbole, he said. While large carriers are better equipped to absorb the cost of fraud, it only takes a single occurrence to ruin a small trucking business. Truckers fall victim to scams and freight fraud in a number of ways. As part of his testimony, Louis said the most common scenarios when truckers are targeted by scammers posing as legitimate brokers. First, many small trucking businesses fall victim to double brokering. This is when the criminals pose as motor carriers to acquire loads from brokers, then pose as brokers looking for truckers to complete the haul. When the freight is delivered, the legitimate broker issues a payment to the fraudulent actor. The trucker who actually hauled the cargo is then left high and dry. Other examples include theft of a broker's identity, reroute schemes, theft of a motor carrier's identity. One of the others I think they had 4 testifying before this committee. Adam Blanchard was one testifying. He is the CEO of Tanager Logistics and Double Diamond Transport. He relayed an example of how his company was victimized. He said, about a year ago, our American dream turned into a nightmare when some unscrupulous criminals stole our identity. By capitalizing on our good name at the time, they tarnished the reputation that we spent over a decade to earn. He explained that the criminals posed as Tanager Logistics through a fake email account, brokered loads to unsuspecting motor carriers who delivered the cargo while the scammers pocketed the money. In one example, criminals profited off a load of energy drinks worth more than $100,000. And how do you get back your good reputation when something like that happens? You're like, never again. 24 past the hour. Plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. I realize many maybe just, if they don't have the foresight to maybe flip over to Facebook or YouTube due to the app not working, they may just say, well, the heck with it. I'll find something else to listen to. So pretty quiet on the phones this Friday morning. Brain Dead will be checking in. I guess she's going to kind of weigh in on the story in regards to yellow and see what's going on. NASCAR this weekend. I don't know. Eagle was supposed to be headed down there. Got a road course race this weekend. I'm just, when it comes to NASCAR, not a big fan of the road courses, but that's just me. Now, last hour, High Tech, he said, isn't that something? Hey, got you back on YouTube. And all these changes when it comes to some of the social media platforms. Is it just a coincidence? A lot of the censorship things that they had been accused of doing are kind of fading away. This past day, Meta, a.k.a. Facebook, said they have laid off some 20 workers for leaking information to the media as the social media giant faces pressure over the recent political shift of the boss man, Mark Zuckerberg, when it comes to Donald Trump. We tell employees when they join the company, we offer periodic reminders as well that it is against our policies to leak internal information, no matter the intent, according to a spokesperson, confirming a story that was first reported in The Verge. We recently conducted an investigation that resulted in roughly 20 employees being terminated for sharing confidential information outside the company. We expect there will be more. We take this seriously. We continue to take action when we identify leaks. Now, the round of firings following a recent series of reports based on Zuckerberg's meetings with employees. In one meeting first reported by The Verge, Zuckerberg told employees he would no longer be forthcoming with information because we try to be really open, and then everything I say leaks. It sucks. He also warned them to buckle up for the coming year, that Meta would be a productive partner with the White House. Yeah, tech leaders have broadly fallen in line around Trump since he won the election. Zuckerberg making a particular turn toward the Republicans since his return to office. Now, Zuckerberg has multiplied his advances towards Trump, who last summer threatened the tech tycoon with life imprisonment after Meta excluded the president from Facebook in January of 21. In regards to the whole January 6th, the CEO and founder has dined with Republicans on several occasions. He had donated $1 million to the president's inauguration fund, eased up on the content moderation, of course, with the fact checkers, ended the fact check program, trying to draw closer to the new leadership in Washington. His longtime political affairs boss was also replaced by a prominent Republican. He named Trump's ally Dana White to the board of Meta. The measures kind of align with the conservative views of the president and his allies, as well as other entertainers and personalities like Elon Musk. On the Joe Rogan podcast, Zuckerberg appeared there complaining that a lot of the corporate world is pretty culturally neutered, in his word. All right. Changes. There was another meeting, and I don't know if that information was kind of leaked out, but one of the second or third in command was telling these folks that if you don't like the direction of the company, find another job.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer met with President Trump today at the White House. While speaking to reporters, Trump said they're discussing the war between Russia and Ukraine.
I think we're very well advanced on a deal, but we have not made a deal yet, so I don't like to talk about peacekeeping until we have a deal. I like to get things done.
This is his first meeting with Trump since the second presidency began. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's mass firings of federal workers. A U.S. District Court judge ruled the Office of Personnel Management must rescind a memo that resulted in the mass firings of probationary employees. The ruling states that the firings were probably illegal, but does not reinstate workers who have been dismissed. Another court hearing is scheduled for March 13th. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 193 points. The S&P 500 lost 94 points. The Nasdaq dropped 530 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Off there. Okay. Brain Dead. There he is. Morning, Brain Dead. What's happening?
Oh, Steve, just spending another lovely night at the house with this lovely dingbat person, you know. I think I'm getting too much time to see her. I think I need to figure out how to file a union grievance and get back to work. But
look out.
No, you've already hit. Yeah. But no, you've probably hit on the story about Yellow and how we got screwed. And it's honestly truly sad in corporate America these days that they're already set out to screw out the workers. And the workers today do not have any protection. I mean, why in the world do we have a Warren Act notice that they have so many loopholes that you can still drive a truck through? I mean, the ruling says, well, Yellow was ending their fiduciary responsibility. No, you were not. You were still in business on July the 30th. You were still picking up and delivering freight up to that point. I'm sorry that your money mismanagement is my problem. I was still working for you up to that day and time. I just want my paychecks. I just want my money. You failed to handle your money properly. But it's like I told Dingbat earlier. This is why a lot of people do not like management in this country. Why they hate management is because when they cross that threshold from worker to management, you forget all touch of reality of what happened below you. You forgot. everything it took for you to get to that point. You've forgotten everything. I'm sorry, but these severance packages that these CEOs and management got, they should not get. Because the law is the law. It doesn't say union, non-union, purple people, leader, or an alien.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same. So if we're not getting our money, they should not get their money. They should not have a separate claim. They should have all the one claim. Sorry, pal. So we got screwed in all of this. I mean, we're still hurting for money. I know Heatwave said he's hurting for money. I got a couple more buddies of mine. They're hurting for money for this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really pisses a lot of us off. I mean, we were there to the end. We had no warning, no notice, no nothing that they were going to shut the door on that Sunday.
So it kind of sucks how things play out in the courts, right?
Yeah. And the court system hates the workers. I mean, this judge knew exactly what this scumbag company did. This scumbag company had always screwed the employees. Always. They'd always figure out how to screw the employees. Here's an idea. Why don't you screw management for a change? Oh, no, wait a minute. They're the ones that make the rules.
Yeah.
They can figure out how to screw us all day long. Because now the executives at Yellow have already moved on. They've already got their $1 million plus jobs. They've already got their severance packages. They're all doing great. What about the rest of us?
Mm-hmm.
What about the rest of us? We're still struggling to find jobs, some of us. I mean, it's honest and truly sad. Because they had money problems the last month or so, up to the closure. I mean, they couldn't buy office supplies. They couldn't do anything. I mean, my truck needed a part. They had to go through 5 different people to get an okay for that part. Like, for example, if your truck came in for something wrong with it, it was down for 2 to 3 weeks for 5 people to make a decision whether or not to fix it. And even if it was DOT reportable, they still wouldn't fix it. And they sit there and say, well, their fiduciary responsibility. If you're having fiduciary responsibility problems, aren't you selling anything and everything that isn't nailed down?
Mm-hmm.
They weren't selling a damn thing. They weren't selling nothing. They have money in the kitty, and the sad part is the attorneys are figuring out how to keep their cut of the pie. Now, here's the other thing, too. I don't know if the story said it or not, but the New Jersey claim went through. New Jersey, I don't know what it is about New Jersey and their Warren Act laws, but they're tough. They're really tough. And the Yellow is trying to fight them to get them to get the same action happen in New Jersey. Now, our attorney for the Teamsters is going to appeal this in court. Well, good. What's that going to do? Cost us more money? All I want is my money, what is owed to me, and to go home. Management got their money. I want mine. Why am I any different than management? I bleed the same color. I put on my pants the same way. Everything is the same except the difference and the name on the degree. That's it, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
It's honestly truly sad. Oh, anyway. So what's your plan for the weekend, buddy?
And you don't really have any, and there's no recourse. I mean, it's all in the hands of the lawyers and the judges, and that's, you got to get left high and dry.
Right. I mean, why pass a law when you can make people find who? I'm getting tongue twisted like the Eskimo mom here. Loopholes and hurdles to get through and screw the American worker.
Yeah.
I mean, it's honestly truly sad. So let's get to some NASCAR stuff and change the subject here. Remember Carson Hocevar? He's finished second in the last 2 races with Daytona and Atlanta. He apparently had a little dust up after the race with Kyle Busch and Ryan Newman. Now, this kind of reminds me of the Martin Truex and Ross Chastain similar incident at Atlanta last year. And yes, he is new, and yes, he is learning. So, I mean, he is a rookie this year. Let's see. Acceptance Insurance will be primary sponsor for Ross Chastain, speaking of that. In 5 races with Junior Motorsports, Road Ranger will be sponsoring Shelton Creed for Haas Factory Team Xfinity. And Ford Loco is sponsoring Ryan Ellis the Bristol race for Xfinity. Also, too, look this up. Go to HendrickMotorsports.com and look this one up. Alex Bowman will drive the Ally Unrivaled paint scheme at Homestead coming up. I'm going to tell you what, if you can see that car, that is a very sharp car. I like that kind of car. One other big thing they had this week, the playoff committee met, and they're kicking around changes. And I know you're a traditionalist, just like I'm a traditionalist.
Right.
I know a lot of the people are traditionalists. They are kicking around of a 36-round playoff. Now, whoever has the most points wins. Good idea. But, however, the TV likes for the elimination. So, you got to go with what TV wants. They're the one that's paying the bills, right? They're also kicking around a 7-race playoff with a 3-race playoff for the championship. Now, I kind of like that idea. I really do. But they're also kicking around taking the playoff back down to the original 10 drivers again. So, needless to say, it's still early in the season. It's going to wait and see. But now, you said the road course, Circuit of Americas in Austin, Texas. Now, it was a 3.42-mile course. Now, they've shortened it down to a 2.4-mile course. There are 18 turns in this race. Now, I know you said you don't like the road courses. I like the road courses. I really do. I wish they would put they got 6 of them anyway. So I think another 1 or 2 would really help because, I mean, that to me really defines the skill of the driver. I mean, sitting there going, like Jeff Dunham said, go and make it a left turn, make it a left turn. Oh, they hit a wall, I mean, yeah, but no, the road course guys are really the ones going to be the ones to watch. Now, I really like Shane Van Gissenberg and Tyler Reddick. But I'll tell you one who I really like is this Connor Zilich. I really like him. He's a rookie. He's finished second in the last 2 races. He is a road course guy. So can he get his first win in his 3rd race? But now the other thing, too, is my dark horse, the one who I'd love to see win it, is A.J. Allmendinger. He has won this race before. He's a good road courser. He's going to be one of the guys that can get up to the front and disturb traffic a lot, Steve. So with that being said, buddy, I got things I need to do around here. So you have a good morning. We'll be listening.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Enjoy however much time you got off. I don't know. Yesterday was Dingbat Sunday, I think, so she'll be back to work. That 4-letter dreaded word on technically everybody else's weekend. Here, let me give you what we've learned in the less than 24 hours is right about our final hour yesterday morning where the internet came abuzz with the passing of Gene Hackman and his wife. The update this past evening, it was his wife. They were partially mummified. The legendary 95-year-old actor found dead at his home in Santa Fe, New Mexico, with his musician wife, who is 63, Betsy Arkawa, and one of their dogs. Police said they suspected no signs of foul play, which you find that odd when 3 are dead and all. But the cause has not been determined at this point. The investigation is ongoing. Now, yesterday, apparently, a police warrant revealed that the wife, Arakawa, was found decomposed with bloating on her face, mummification in her hands and feet. It alleged Gene had the same signs of decomposition as his wife. Maintenance workers, they say, discovered the bodies of the two at their $3.3 million mansion and told investigators they hadn't seen the couple for about 2 weeks. Arakawa was reportedly found lying on the bathroom floor of the luxury property, and Gene was found in what appeared to be what they referred to as a mudroom near the couple's kitchen. It's believed the iconic actor may have died of a sudden fall, as a walking cane was reportedly found next to his body and his glasses were thrown from it. Now, earlier last year, the double Oscar winner was seen looking very frail, walking with a stick during a very rare public outing with his wife. 3 German shepherds were found at the home in total, one of which was sadly deceased inside a kennel. According to TMZ, the front door of the Oscar winner's property was found to be unsecured and open, and the deputies discovered a healthy dog running loose on the property and another dog which was alive. It was also claimed there were no obvious signs of a gas leak at the home. The fire department detected no indication of a carbon monoxide leak or poisoning, according to the search warrant. Well, that was the first thing that kind of came to my mind is carbon monoxide that would tend to do something like that. Now, according to TMZ, again, cops have requested a search warrant for Hackman's home as the deaths are suspicious enough to require a search and investigation. This is because the front door of the property was open, but there was no sign of forced entry into the home. Yes, Santa Fe County Sheriff said cops are still investigating the deaths. They are not ruling anything out at this point. Yeah, there were no obvious signs of trauma to the bodies. A suicide note had not been found. It seems that they had been deceased for quite a while. Of course, I know Jean has a daughter. I guess she was interviewed, and first thing she mentioned was might it have been carbon monoxide, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, an individual like this, I mean, he is 95, but was he kind of like didn't come out much, didn't talk to me? I mean, how many weeks go by with no family members or anyone trying to call or say, what's going on? Dad's not answering, mom's those are the kind of things investigators are going to have to be looking at. But we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, thank you much. Pappy chimes in. It's kind of, in regards to the Gene Hackman passing, kind of weird. He said, They will obviously do an autopsy. When bodies are decomposed like that, it's really hard to tell if there's been any kind of trauma, right? Of course, blood test results will tell if carbon monoxide poisoning was involved or not, but it's definitely weird. All right, according to CDL Life, a new trucking terminal for a family-owned trucking company will bring more than 100 jobs to Alabama soon. Trucking company Robbie D. Wood Incorporated broke ground on their new terminal in Saraland, Alabama this week. According to Fox 10, the family-owned and operated trucking company based just outside of Birmingham and specializes in hauling chemical products and hazardous waste. The new terminal located on Ratcliffe Road expected to bring over 100 new trucking-related jobs to the region. This company currently employs 272 truck drivers. I guess in continuing to grow. And the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority announcing that commercial truck parking is closed at a Turner Turnpike Service Plaza until next year. Turnpike officials announced that starting this past day, Thursday, all commercial truck parking is closed at the westbound I-44 Turner Turnpike Service Plaza. That's the mile marker 179. The Service Plaza will remain closed to semi-truck parking until early next year. Truckers being asked to seek alternative truck parking options. The truck parking closure, part of a construction and remodeling project at the Stroud Service Plaza. This features a full reconstruction of the McDonald's and the Love's Travel Stop buildings. Motorists will still be able to access fuel, restrooms, and food at the existing Love's and McDonald's during the construction process. All right, a Friday TGIF 844-844-3388. Hey, what day is it, Becky? Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I guess if Becky can hear it, we can do, hey, Becky, Becky, Becky. But what thought maybe you stroked out or something here listening on the app. We got like 2 for Tuesday on Casual Friday.
That is correct.
So, and one of the shows is last night's show, and the other one must be from last week sometime, but what I could decipher out of it.
Really? So the live one's not even there, huh?
No, you're what you got going on in the air right now isn't even playing. And as I say, one of the shows is last night's show because I listened to myself.
Okay.
And it was talking about the advertising there on the terrestrial radio, which is what I talked to you about last night, or yesterday morning, I should say, because it wasn't night when I did it; it was morning. But whatever. And then the other one was, I'm pretty sure it was a show from the previous week. But if you look on the app, where it usually says the date that's normally wrong.
Yeah, it says
replay
of past shows. Plural.
Yep, yeah. So it is actually correct because it's playing 2 at the same time there. So anyways, that was kind of interesting. So I really hadn't gotten around to find you on YouTube yet, but up until about 20 minutes ago. And so then I kind of listened, and it seemed like it was more current. And then, of course, you were just talking about the Gene Hackman thing, which is kind of sad there. But as you said, he's 95 years old, but his wife was only, like 60 or 65?
63,
like
63, yeah.
Yeah. And I guess that's his second wife. I guess both of the marriages were somewhere in the neighborhood of around 30 years apiece. So, you talk about his daughter, and I'm not sure which marriage the daughter is from, because this current wife was 30 some years younger than him. So when he was probably somewhere around 60 to 65, got married. That would have made his wife somewhere, in her 30s, early 30s. So I'm not sure which marriage the daughter would be from there. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, not a whole lot going on for a casual Friday here. We got skies have stopped raining there. We had some showers there in the earlier part of the night last night, more to the south than the north, because we were actually dry at home up in northern Maryland, but down here in southern Maryland there's a bunch of puddles on the ground. And so anyways, but the roads seem to be pretty well dried out and everything. And we're about 46, 47 degrees, so not much chances of bridges and overpasses and ramps freezing tonight. So I guess we're all in good shape that way. Other than this one car parked half over the white line on the ramp I just got on. That's a nice way to find a dark car coming around a dark ramp. It started before President Trump and Elon Musk started their whole deal, but they seem to have turned out a lot of street lights, Your Honor. Do you notice that in Cincinnati, that to cut back on the electricity costs, apparently they leave the street lights turned off now? I don't know. It just seems to be a more common thing around Baltimore and Washington and that they got lighting for the ramps and exit ramps, on ramps, and some of the bad part of the highways that, are very, very poorly lit with corners and stuff, and they've gotten to the point they pretty much have turned off all the street lighting now. So I don't know if they've run out of bulbs. If they just.
I saw a report somewhere where the thieves are actually stealing like the copper wire from the damn street lights, and I think there's. I think that might be it.
That too. Well, maybe we'll see a few of them laying around the bottom of the streetlight poles when they cut the wires that have the electricity in them, right? Kind of be a hair curling experience. But yeah, so other than that, it's just kind of interesting with what's going on. Ryan's got another phone call to make to find out what happened with this one. This type of anomaly.
He had spoke to them this. He's been battling this all week, and if you were trying to listen to the app like during the day, 2, 3 in the afternoon, you'd have two. It was doing 2 programs at once. He's been staying up till midnight every night, trying to get things adjusted. He talked to them today, this past day, and they said, "All right, don't do anything. Let it do what it's doing, and we're going to try to figure it out on this end."
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I haven't had the app on when your show hasn't been live, so.
Yep.
So no, I didn't realize that it was doing it at the other times of the day. But anyway, so if anybody wanted to go to the Great Mid-America Truck Show for free, sorry about your luck. But yesterday was
it is now
at midnight, I think.
It's time to pay up, right? Yeah, you got to start paying today. All right, we get our news break as we close out hour number 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer met with President Trump today at the White House. While speaking to reporters, Trump said they're discussing the war between Russia and Ukraine.
I think we're very well advanced on a deal, but we have not made a deal yet, so I don't like to talk about peacekeeping until we have a deal. I like to get things done.
This is his first meeting with Trump since the second presidency began. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's mass firings of federal workers. A U.S. District Court judge ruled the Office of Personnel Management must rescind a memo that resulted in the mass firings of probationary employees. The ruling states that the firings were probably illegal, but does not reinstate workers who have been dismissed. Another court hearing is scheduled for March 13th. President Trump says he will not be renewing an oil lease with Venezuela.
He says it's because the nation took too long to take back its deportees. Former President Biden signed an agreement allowing Chevron to operate in Venezuela, which has the largest oil reserves of any single country. Now, Trump says he'll terminate the agreement Saturday. The move could hurt Chevron, the second largest U.S. oil company. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The long-awaited Jeffrey Epstein documents released by the DOJ today provide little new evidence. About 200 pages in the document dump contain flight logs and contact lists that includes hundreds of associates. Most were already made public. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said in a letter to FBI Director Kash Patel that she had received only 200 pages of documents and is demanding the full and complete Epstein files, and she wants them delivered to her office by 8 a.m. Friday. Epstein died in jail in 2019 after being charged with sex trafficking of minors in Florida and New York. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 193 points. The S&P 500 lost 94 points. The Nasdaq dropped 530 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Iowa State Representative Democrat Heather Mattson spoke about the rights of trans people.
As lawmakers, we should be committed to enabling greater participation in the economy for transgender Iowans just as much as every other Iowan. That is how we foster social and economic progress, as well as more inclusive and equitable society.
State Representative Republican Stephen Holt countered.
Under federal law, particularly the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, discrimination based on sex, including gender identity, is prohibited in credit transactions. Additionally, in most cases, credit underwriters never even know that an applicant identifies as transgender. And under the provisions of this legislation, were it to pass, transgender individuals will have the same rights as everyone else in this room.
Iowa lawmakers have voted to eliminate the civil rights protections from transgender citizens. Republican lawmakers today voted to revoke those protections. Despite large protests in Des Moines over the issue, the bill now heads to the Republican governor's desk for final approval. Egg prices are predicted to increase by 41% this year. That's according to a report released this week by the Agriculture Department.
That has some looking to start harvesting their own with backyard chickens. Gary Joyner with the Texas Farm Bureau says they're not cheap. You have to factor in the chicken feed, the cost of the coop, and all the time it takes to both harvest the eggs and clean up the mess. Put that all together, and he says it might be cheaper to just buy the eggs at the store. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday, final day of February 28th. Short month. So we're prepared to roll into the first weekend of March. Hey, remember chatting with Horsefeather, just talking about the street lights being... I knew I had seen a story just earlier this week. I didn't mention it on the program about the thieves stealing copper wire. Copper wire theft from streetlights is a serious problem that costs cities millions of dollars to repair. To address the issue, cities are increasingly turning to solar-powered streetlights. Copper theft, a major cause of streetlight outages. Of course, disrupted electricity to streetlights can put the public, businesses, and service providers at risk. So again, cities are increasingly installing solar-powered streetlights to reduce the need for repairs. And police departments have actually formed task forces to target copper theft. Other ways to prevent copper theft: securing outdoor equipment, marking and identifying copper items, implementing access controls, conduct regular inspections. Copper theft is illegal, as we know, in all states. Stealing copper from an electrical substation may actually be a federal offense, and buying stolen copper is also illegal. But obviously, if the thieves are still stealing it, they're finding a buyer out there somewhere. So I guess it's become a big problem, yeah.
There's always a buyer. I guess you have to look on the commodities market and see what the value of copper is, and see how much it's paying a pound.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I guess I sent you a couple news clip items there. One was Jesse Waters there, and he was talking about the January 6th stuff there, and he had a bunch of stuff on there, and talking about the FBI and having, what was it, confidential informants, they said? There was like 24 confidential informants that the FBI had employed that were mixed in, but they were trying to say that, I think it was Ray there that was trying to say that, well, they didn't have any undercover agents. We had no undercover agents. Well, no, you didn't have any undercover agents. You had paid confidential informants, which, if anybody's saying, what the hell is a confidential informant? Normally, that's somebody that the FBI picks up at doing something wrong and says, well, we can either charge you with doing something wrong, or, oh, you can work for us and you can go and hang out with the bad guys because you're a bad guy, a not so bad guy, and we'll use you to get all our information that we need. So anyways, but some of them were involved in being in the Capitol and in places that were restricted. But guess who never got charged, Your Honor? Guess who never got arrested or got charged?
Amazing how any of those confidential informants, apparently, none of them got arrested, did they? Isn't that amazing?
Exactly. So, what happened to Liz Cheney? How come Liz Cheney, the lone Republican of the January 6th Commission, how come she didn't bring that fact up? Yeah, we know why. We were trying to make it all be pinned on President Trump at the time.
The insurrectionist.
But anyways, yes. And what the heck was the other one I sent you there? I can't remember now. It's slipping my mind, Your Honor. We're at the end of 2 weeks of, well, I wouldn't say it's torture, but I'll tell you what, it's real trying by the time we get done. I wouldn't call it dangerous, but there is a little bit of mind fog that sets in by the time we get done running 2 weeks straight like we have.
I got to participate in a walk around with Captain Steve. That was pretty cool. That's kind of like your pre-trip inspection for the truck driver, but for an airline pilot.
Yes. That Captain Steve. Once you mentioned him on the air, and guess what started coming up on my Facebook page?
Oh yeah.
I didn't go looking for him. I did not go looking for Captain Steve, but I'll tell you what, after you mentioned it on the air, it was all of a sudden just all over my Facebook. So that was kind of interesting. But what a very knowledgeable person. You know, he's been a airline pilot for over 40 years. Started in the military, came to general aviation for the public, and but very, very informative, and he's as you played on the air, he is very good at breaking down and explaining the whole thing, and being able to play and let you listen to the tower and the flight, and the and actually when it's kind of hard to hear, he actually goes over exactly what was said so that you understand it. And did you get to watch the deal there with the Southwest and the commuter jet at Midway? Did you get to see that one at all?
Yes, I did. Yes, that was very, very close. I don't know if they would have hit or not, but it would have been too close for comfort.
Did you watch the Captain Steve deal though? Did you see where he broke it all down?
No, I have not seen that one. No.
Okay, so anyways, the commuter jet was coming out of a hangar and taxiing to a runway to take off on. And so the commuter jet was probably like one of the high-priced, like a taxi, so your movie stars and sports figures and whoever just rents a plane to say, hey, I want to go from here to there. And so we're not sure if there was anybody on, that had rented the plane was on, or whether it was just the pilots on board that were leaving the hangar to go to the runway. And so anyways, they got clearance to cross one runway, and they were supposed to hold for the next runway. Well, apparently what happened was the first runway they crossed, they thought was a taxiway, and then they were crossing what they thought was the first runway, which was actually the second runway they were supposed to hold for, that the Southwest plane was coming down on. So as they were crossing that runway, the Southwest, which pilot and co-pilot, which, as Captain Steve said, are fully trained for this type of emergency, and they're always scanning like we're supposed to be doing, and see this jet coming across their pathway. About the time they're about to be wheels on the ground, they turn and go to full power and flip, turn their flaps and put the bird back up in the air and go over top. And so anyways, there's communication from the tower to the computer jet to hold in place, which they realize that they've now crossed this runway in front of Southwest because they see it go over top of them. And so they come to a full stop, and they're sitting there, and the tower tells them to get out a piece of paper and a pen and get ready to take down a number, and then they send them an 877 number for them to call the tower. And you can only imagine the ass chewing that the pilot and co-pilot of that commuter jet got on the telephone. But that's like the one phone call you, as an airline pilot, you do not want to have to make, is to actually make a personal phone call to the tower. So I don't know. They didn't say what the outcome of that phone call was, but I imagine somebody had a good case of the red ass at some point.
I would certainly say.
But anyways, and then he was talking that, like we said, with the trains and trucks and buses and everything else, there is so many of these things that happen in all these locations all the time. And because of being near misses, most of the time, these things are reported at the airports, and the FFA has, and possibly NTSB, depending on how bad has it. But most of the time is not broadcast to the general public, so we don't realize these things are happening. And most everything is critiqued and try to figure out how to make it not happen again. But these things do go on and do happen, and we're a little bit lucky, but a lot of times it's a lot of skill and a lot of training that, like these Southwest pilots, he said, are fully trained to be aware of that type of situation. And my wife said, well, what happened if there was something in the way of the Southwest that instead of landing decided to go around? And as Captain Steve said, that's all built into the system of landing, is they leave them the out, so that if something happens and they have to abort their landing, they can pick up and go around again and have clear airspace in front of them to do that. So anyways, it was kind of interesting, and I don't know. I see in his name there, it's ST and then 3 E's, EEE.
Captain Steve.
So Steve, yeah. And so if you look for him on Facebook and that, but it's really, it's one of those rabbit holes that if you got your 10-hour break going and you need 5 hours of sleep, don't start watching them an hour before you want to go to sleep, because you ain't getting your 5 hours of sleep. Yeah. I'll guarantee you that. But anyways, I guess that's about all I got going for you. There was one other news type thing I sent you, and I can't think exactly what it was offhand that I thought was pretty interesting. But anyways, maybe I'll come up with it, and maybe we'll come back to that for the loneliest hour or something. And if everybody else is out there listening to 2 for Tuesday on Friday on the app or whatever, I don't know. I tell you what, that was kind of a, that would almost be like a psychedelic type thing. If somebody, somebody was partaking there at one of those little shops that they have all over the country now, and came out and sat in their car and was listening to that, that would be an interesting situation. Anyways, hey, with that, Your Honor, hopefully you can go out and do some due diligence, because I got to get it.
All right, have a good weekend. It is 18 past the hour. There you go. Jack, 39 degrees, Milton, PA, getting ready to get back to rolling. I thought something was wrong with my phone at first, but I guess Steve's trying to give us a 2-for-1 deal tonight. That's, yeah. I'm not one to do that, but that is what we get. It is what it is. Come on, guys, let's get that rectified. Eric, good morning, truckers, and Steve. What else we got here? Danny is on board. The Bongino Army, he says. Yeah, stay safe out there. He's talking to Pap. He said, you're one of my favorite callers. So, yeah, a lot of folks, big fans of what Bongino's going to get done. And Rob checks in. Happy Friday, Steve. 30 degrees here this morning in Wisconsin.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Yeah, a lot of the discussion around D.C. this past day is once Pam Bondi came out and that letter that she had released to Kash Patel saying, you're on the job, get these files by 8 o'clock Friday morning. The New York office that was apparently trying to hide thousands of pages of documents, video, audio, and everybody was talking about it. And one was none other than Representative Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee. She has continually called for transparency on all things related to Epstein. She talked about why this information needs to see the light of day. Especially after Pam announced on Wednesday that she'd be releasing information. She says, I've worked closely with Attorney General Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel. And it's taken a little bit because we had to redact the names of all the victims, make certain there was no identifying information. This is going to be just phase one. What I am yet to get is the court file, the video footage from the house in Palm Beach, the records, the IRS records. Now, for the reason this is so important is because this is going to help us break apart what became a global human and sex trafficking ring. Yeah, we know it's about a $150 billion a year business. This is modern day slavery, she said. And as the top Republican on the subcommittee on human rights, in the Senate Judiciary Committee, I started working on this a couple of years ago. She said Dick Durbin of Illinois has blocked her from having access to the records. I am determined we're going to stop this human trafficking and this disadvantaging, this selling of women and children into the human trafficking and sex trafficking trades. When asked why 6 years have gone by and virtually no real information released, Blackburn said it's because Dick Durbin and the former FBI Director Christopher Wray stood in the way and blocked her request for this information time and time again. They don't want to make public the name of individuals that are on these flight logs who were coming and going from that residence in Palm Beach. Now, I don't know if there's going to be names that people get really fired up about. I think people are curious, though. For me, it's figuring out this web, this global web that was built, that built this trafficking, modern-day trafficking network, moving people around the globe. And that's the advantages of getting the client list and the flight log. So this is what we want to find out. And for me, those are the components that are vitally important. She added they cannot figure out who the participants are until they begin to see the lists and then figure out what this network is. She said it's like any type of investigation and oversight work. You get the first piece of the puzzle, and that helps you get the second, the third, the fourth. And that's the posture we're in right now. She added that Epstein actually had a relationship with a French trafficker as well. Good morning, Vic. What's happening?
I was just listening to that about Marsha Blackburn and the sex trafficking ring and all that. Way back when, in back in the 20s and 30s, the chorus girls in New York used to be signed up for dancing and services to be provided.
Oh,
and that was basic. Yeah, and so that this practice has been going on for a long time, and I know at one time that there was a guy that used to provide pages to the U.S. Senate and stuff, and some of them were Nashville entertainers, and he was he was basically one of the old queens, and it was amazing how many people that he knew and stuff. So this thing's been going on forever, and I'm trying to think about, is there in the state of Illinois, I don't know why Dick Durbin would be all that upset. He always runs as a downstater, but there must be something there.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly, I think the whole thing was a CIA operation from day one, because the CIA did that rather routinely, and nobody. I guess the first thing I'd want to know is Jeffrey Epstein said that he was some sort of a financial person or whatever. Well, he should have some sort of a license if he was actually providing financial advice and investing and everything. And then his partner there, that Ghislaine Maxwell, her dad was the one. Oh shoot, I can't remember that London paper.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, her dad got financial trouble and committed suicide, but she still had all the high-powered contacts. And so when they got together, Epstein and Maxwell, they were throwing all these parties, and I guess Maxwell, she was kind of the lookout to look for young girls, and there were a lot of people in this world that's quite willing to pay for those. So I guess that's where it all went. And I wish Pam Bondi all the luck and all the success in the world on tracing this down, but she's going to run into a whole bunch of roadblocks. But it really strikes me as odd, because I'd seen a couple of hearings there to where that Marsha Blackburn accused Dick Durbin of stonewalling, and he said, no, that's not true, and everything else. But something's going on there. I don't think Marsha Blackburn would be that convinced that there's somebody doing some stonewalling. But
well, let's hold that thought. Yeah, let's get moved to the next subject right after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer met with President Trump today at the White House. While speaking to reporters, Trump said they're discussing the war between Russia and Ukraine.
I think we're very well advanced on a deal, but we have not made a deal yet, so I don't like to talk about peacekeeping until we have a deal. I like to get things done.
This is his first meeting with Trump since the second presidency began. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's mass firings of federal workers. A U.S. District Court judge ruled the Office of Personnel Management must rescind a memo that resulted in the mass firings of probationary employees. The ruling states that the firings were probably illegal, but does not reinstate workers who have been dismissed. Another court hearing is scheduled for March 13th. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 193 points. The S&P 500 lost 94 points. The Nasdaq dropped 530 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com. where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, industrial injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back at it here. Where we leave off. All right, back to Vic, and it's about to move on to a different subject. Welcome back.
Yeah. Real quick, you were talking about that yellow thing. That thing stinks to high heaven. Why was the bank furnishing yellow money to buy out profit-making trucking companies? I mean, it makes no sense. And then yellow turns around and cuts rates down to the bone when they're going broke, you know. So all the thing that's going to do is speed up going broke. So like I say, that whole process sticks to high heaven and should be thoroughly investigated, but I doubt it will be. But what I was curious about, I seen that subcommittee hearing today on cargo theft and, you know, fraudulent brokers and all that. And I missed it in there. I don't know if you got it in that release or not, but there was like the fences had to total up to like something in the millions of dollars. And since all of this happens like on a individual state basis, or there's no coordination among it, that's how a lot of these people are getting away with scamming truck drivers or just outright cargo theft. and I didn't know if you had that figure there or not. That's really what I was curious about. I mean, I can look it up, but and I know Senator Young. I don't know if I'm still on his mailing list or not, but I used to get emails every Friday from him. So, and I'm sure he will mention that in there. But I can look it up. But I just was curious if you happen to have that figure that they mentioned, because there was a law enforcement officer there. I forget who he was, but he was commenting about how all of these offenses are so divided up among jurisdictions that a lot of people operating, they use fake physical addresses, and they don't, and that's where they get into the big problem. Plus, like back when these companies, a small company like going out of business or whatever, they will sell off their name and their number some way, somehow, which I didn't think that was possible, and that kind of surprised me. So I guess people that's doing all this scamming and everything, they have it down to a science, and some are in the United States, and one of them they said was clear over in Africa that was pulling that stunt. So I didn't know if maybe somebody at OIDA or you talked to them, or they kind of brought you up to, more up to speed on that. But that was really what I was calling about there, Steve. And then the other thing is this deal with Gene Hackman. I can't believe that German Shepherd sat in that cage and starved to death without making a lot of noise. But, who knows? That's really a strange situation.
It really is, yeah. And, and I don't know, a $3.3 million property, the neighbors, in what proximity might a neighbor be? May have been far enough away where they wouldn't even really notice the dog barking from inside the home. Obviously they're going to look into all that, and you got to try to figure it out. Yeah, Pappy's been out there doing this line of work, and he's seen a lot of things that you cannot unsee, as they say. But he said there was a time when I had a suicide where an individual went in the garage, got in the vehicle, shut all the windows and the door, started the engine. I was dispatched to check on a well-being, a well check, and that turns out that was what occurred here supposedly it was a well check. I said, I found him in the garage. Her hands were orange, and they looked mummified. When the coroner got there, he said that is an obvious sign of carbon monoxide poisoning. So the report, you said, you're making the statement about their hands looking mummified. I'd be kind of leaning towards maybe carbon monoxide at this moment from what we know. Yeah, we'll not know for sure until the autopsies are done and all the toxicology reports are back. Yeah, the one thing that kind of grabbed me is when they said fire officials came out and they had their CO2 and that they didn't find any signs of carbon monoxide. But then again, what if there was a source like a vehicle running maybe in the garage or something? And of course, long ago, it would have probably run out of gas and the carbon monoxide may have dissipated. That's possibilities. But, all right, good to have you on board. Eagle checking in on a Friday, TGIF. Are you going to try to make it to the race this weekend? Are you going to get there?
Yeah, I'll probably be able to make it look like, look like I don't think I'm going to get to the Saturday race, but yeah, I'll definitely get to the Sunday race as long as the weather is good. I don't look like they expected no rain or nothing, so it look like I might be able to make it. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Still got a little bit of time. I'm still driving. I'm in Louisiana right now, so I should be back in Texas tomorrow, and then hopefully I can drop this load and then try to get a rental car or something and drive to Austin, because that's where the track is at. Instead of taking the truck, I might just rip me a damn car and do that. Now, I want to ask you a question right quick, Steve, before I get into what I want to get in, because I'm kind of pissed off tonight, man. So I'm going to ask you, because it seems as though you don't want to talk about this subject. about the Epstein and the Pam Bundy situation up. Are we allowed to talk about that, or you don't want to? You said change the subject to your last caller. Are we not allowed to talk about this subject?
No, I didn't tell him to. No, he was moving on to another subject when we hit the break. I've been talking about that all morning, Eagle. I've discussed everything that occurred the past day, how the New York field office is withholding thousands of pages of documents. She ordered them to be on her desk by 8 o'clock this morning. Yeah.
Okay, well, I got some things to say about that, and I'm not very happy about the situation, Steve. How come she didn't say that last night? How come she didn't say the night before? She said that there was going to be some information coming out today, and that there was some very disturbing things that we were going to learn anything today. Now you mean to tell me that she says it's going to come out in phases? How come we can't get some names in some of these phases? In phase number 1, as she likes to say, and then phase number 2. How come we can't get 3 or 4 names of some of these people in phase 1, and then phase 2 we get some more names? Nobody's asking for the whole list. Why can't we get some kind of names?
All right, here's what we know, Eagle, that she had 200 pages, and she did release those 200 pages after she went on the Jesse Waters program there Wednesday evening and said she was releasing this information on Thursday. A whistleblower from the FBI office there in New York reached out to her and said, listen, Pam, they're hiding thousands of pages of documents. They have not given you the tip of the iceberg on what you're looking for. She got a hold of the FBI director this past day, ordered him get those thousands of pages that the New York office has withheld from me, get it on my desk by 8 o'clock Friday morning. Then you've got 14 days to find out who at the New York field office withheld this information. Let me know their names, and there's going to be disciplinary action. In other words, people are going to be getting fired at the New York field office.
Okay, I understand that, but there's still no list of names in those 14 days. So that means that we're going to wait even longer. See, here's why I'm aggravated, Steve. This guy Epstein has been dead for a long time now. It's not like this guy died last year. We should know something by now. It's obvious. You admit this, Steve. Isn't it very obvious that they don't want people to know who's on this list? Will you be willing to admit that?
Well,
that
absolutely.
They don't want the people to know who are these individuals.
And that's what I shared a few minutes ago. Marsha Blackburn, the representative, shared this past day that she, as the head of a committee, has been asking for these documents for years. And she said it was Dick Durbin of Illinois and the former FBI director, Christopher Wray, that blocked her from being able to get this all this time. Now, with the new leadership, the new boss is going to get it.
Okay, well, we got a new man now. There's no excuse for them not. They got their own FBI man. They got rid of the loser that was in there before with Biden. Okay, we got another man running things now. Mm-hmm. There shouldn't be no problems coming up with the information in a rapid amount of time. So I'm gonna go ahead and change something because I'm kind of aggravated about the whole deal. I don't like the way it's going. They say that they don't like the way that these girls were molested and raped, but yet they don't want to bring out the names of the people that did it to them. There's something wrong about that. So I'm gonna let it go because they're telling a bunch of lies. Now I want to talk about something else that concerns the viruses, Steve. Now. We got another situation going on. We already got something going on with the measles, and I believe that's definitely because of what the border being wide open for the last 4 years and allowing people. We had measles eradicated in the United States. Now all of a sudden, all hell breaking loose with the measles problem. Now I understand. I'm looking at some videos yesterday and today, and now I understand that they got another deadly virus that's even worse than the coronavirus in a country called the Congo. Apparently, they saying that some kids or somebody ate some bats for some reason. And these kids turned up sick with some mystery virus, and they were dead within 24 hours. All the individuals that were involved, and now they say that they have an outbreak of this in this Congo area. Now, here's how it goes, Steve. We can't make the same mistake that they made the last time in the USA. The borders need to be closed off from anybody entering this country from Congo or any nation close to that. We can't allow these people into the country and bring this disease with them. We allowed this thing to go down with the Chinese bringing this thing in 2020, and you see what happened. Me personally, I think it's being done on purpose, but it's yet to be proven. But we can't have another outbreak like this, another setback. That with the United States is already facing serious problems right now with the economy, debt problems, and if we have another shutdown, which I don't think Trump would allow anyway, to shut down the whole country like they did in 2020, we can't afford another shutdown like that. The U.S. It would be a total disaster for the U.S. So these diseases need to be eradicated. Hopefully Kennedy, he's been appointed to do this. Hopefully he will get to the bottom of this, and he won't be like Dr. Fauci, loser, and allow things to get out of control like it did in 2020. Because they got this new virus that they got out here. This is serious. This, like I said, the death is 24 hours from what they're saying. If you contract this deadly virus, so this is nothing to play with. Now I want to talk about one other thing right quick, Steve, before I hang up with you, and that concerns Elon Musk. Elon Musk once again. Now, Elon Musk said yesterday, this is the main thing I want to talk. Maybe you can look this up, Steve. I heard this on the radio. Maybe, I don't know if it's verified to be true, but this is what I've heard. I've heard that Elon Musk said yesterday, I know this is the fact because I heard the words come out of his mouth. He said that he's been receiving death threats. Okay, well, here's some even more news. They said that an individual, I don't know, I forgot what city or town it was in. I was listening to the radio when I was driving. They said that somebody was planning on blowing up a Tesla auto where they sell Tesla autos at.
Dealers.
But luckily he got stopped before he got there. I don't know if you heard about this. And then they said that there's another thing going on with people vandalizing Tesla cars in protest of Elon Musk. They're busting people's windows out, slashing people's tires. These people, there's a lot of people that's upset about losing their jobs and the way Elon Musk is handling things, with making cuts, and they're taking their vengeance out on people that drive Teslas. Like I said, busting windows and slashing people's tires. You try to look up and see if this was true or not. If somebody had attempted to blow up one of Elon Musk's Tesla dealerships, and I thank you for taking my call.
Okay, yes, and that is a factual. That is correct, and it was actually it's a dude, but technically the dude wanted to be a woman, so it's one of those transgender deals. You look at his mugshot, but the headline says woman caught. Police arrested a 40-year-old woman, dude, accused of spray painting the Tesla dealership with the words Nazi cars and then throwing Molotov cocktails at vehicles on the property. This is Loveland, Colorado. He went by the name of Lucy Grace Nelson, formerly identified as Justin Thomas Nelson. This was like just before midnight on Monday. She had returned to the dealership with more explosive devices and vandalism materials. At least 4 cars worth combined $220,000 had explosive devices thrown at them. It was empty liquor bottles, according to Molotov cocktails. Police, again, arresting her. Police are investigating the possibility that another person was involved in the repeated vandalism. Still investigating the motives, but told the New York Post, protesting Tesla owner Elon Musk is a reasonable suspicion. So arrested on charges of explosive device use, criminal mischief, and attempting to commit a felony. But there have been demonstrations at more than 100 Tesla dealerships protesting Elon Musk. This Nelson was booked on booked with a $100,000 cash bond. She posted bond and was released from jail the following day, which was Tuesday of this week. Officials working with the BATF and federal charges are likely to be forthcoming. This same Loveland, Colorado Tesla dealership had been vandalized and explosive devices had been found on the scene on 3 separate times, starting in January, before officers made this arrest earlier this week. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, as far as that, the mystery disease, yes, it is a mystery, but it's not uncommon in the Congo. Yes. Yeah. Well, when humans are going to be having sexual relations with monkeys, what do you end up with? AIDS. You know, the scenario where, yes, apparently some kids ate a bat. Doesn't say whether they ate it raw. I'm assuming that they ate it raw. But that's, you know, in some parts of the world, they eat scorpions, they eat bats, they eat every damn thing. But the kids that ate the bat, they said this latest outbreak began on January 21. The first outbreak in the town of Boloko. After 3 children ate a bat, they died within 48 hours. So it's like the interval between the onset of symptoms and death, less than 48 hours in most of the cases, and that's very concerning. It has now killed over 50 people in northwest Congo. There have long been concerns about diseases jumping from animals to humans in places where, wild animals are commonly eaten. And they see a lot of this in Africa. Now, after the second outbreak of this mystery disease started on February 9th, samples from 13 of these cases have been sent to the National Institute for Biomedical Research. They're trying to figure out what it is. All the samples so far are negative for Ebola or other hemorrhagic fever diseases like Marburg. Some of them tested positive for malaria. All right, a couple minutes before news break. Let's get started with you know what, Knuckle Buster, we are just about a minute away. Let me put you back in line there, and 60 seconds we'll be hitting that top of the hour. All right, tariffs will begin Tuesday, according to the president. This is 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada will go into effect Tuesday, an additional 10% on Chinese imports. Of course, he had delayed the 30 days after the two had agreed to boost their border security. Now, China already faces 10% tariffs on their products. The word here is drugs are still pouring into our country from Mexico and Canada at high, unacceptable levels. A large percentage of these drugs, much of them in the form of fentanyl, are made in and supplied by China. More than 100,000 died last year due to the distribution of these dangerous, highly addictive poisons. So we'll give you more on that coming up here in the next hour. But it sounds like enough has not yet been done, in his words. So that'll be March the 4th. Tuesday, March 4th, the tariffs kick in.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a lot of progress is being made to end the Russia-Ukraine war.
Speaking at a joint news conference with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Trump said the groundwork is being laid for a ceasefire deal between the two sides.
As I discussed with Prime Minister Starmer, the next step we're making is toward a very achievable ceasefire. We hope that can happen quickly.
Trump said the U.S. will be reimbursed for providing defense funds for Ukraine and cited the minerals deal he made with Ukrainian President Zelensky. The Prime Minister brought a letter from King Charles for President Trump inviting him to Windsor Castle.
I want to thank King Charles. Thank you very much, and we accept.
President Trump said his administration has made historic progress when it comes to creating peace around the world. I'm Lisa Taylor.
Attorney General Pam Bondi released a new batch of Jeffrey Epstein files, but not the client list.
A lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information, but it's pretty sick what that man did.
Epstein pled guilty and was convicted back in 2008 by a Florida state court of procuring a child for prostitution. Epstein was arrested again in 2019 on federal charges for the sex trafficking of minors. He later died in prison in New York. An $8 million fishing boat was stolen from a port in Washington state by a fake captain.
The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife says the crew was sleeping when the man came on board and told them to get underway. They thought the real captain sent him because he knew how to run the boat. As they went to sea, he started talking about meeting the Chinese mothership. They realized he was an imposter and got him to turn the boat around. Police say he had $4,000 in cash and a large amount of individually packaged marijuana. He was arrested and charged with possession of stolen property. I'm Brad Ford.
Wall Street closed lower today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 193 points. The S&P 500 lost 94 points. The Nasdaq dropped 530 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was not too happy to learn that Andrew and Tristan Tate were on board a plane for the Sunshine State. Despite facing human trafficking and sex with a minor charges in Romania, the private plane landed at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport this morning.
Florida is not a place where you're welcome with that type of conduct.
He says the Florida Attorney General is looking at state jurisdiction to see what action could be potentially taken. The Tate brothers are big supporters of the president, and the Trump administration had been reportedly pushing for their travel restrictions to be lifted. The pair maintains their innocence. Investigators say a landing gear failure may have led to the deadly plane crash in Scottsdale, Arizona earlier this month.
November 1, Victor, November, Scottsdale Tower, you up, still on me. November 1, Victor, November, Scottsdale Tower, you on me. Good type 751, maintain pattern out, just maintain your altitude and enter a right base, expect to go around, we just had an emergency.
The NTSB released a preliminary report which states that the Learjet's left landing gear was not in a normal position when it landed. The jet was traveling at around 55 miles per hour when it veered off the runway and crashed into a Gulfstream jet that was parked. The recently fired chief of the Los Angeles Fire Department is appealing that decision. L.A. Mayor Karen Bass fired Kristen Crowley last week. The mayor insists the chief didn't do a good job before, during, and after the January fires. Crowley officially sent notice to the L.A. City Council appealing her termination. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, another hour on a Friday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. I'm assuming the post came from the new FBI director, Kash Patel, this past day, shortly after he was notified via letter from the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Get these thousands of documents, have them on my desk at 8 o'clock Friday morning. The field office in New York trying to cover things up. Kash Patel posted, the FBI is entering a new era, one that will be defined by integrity, accountability, and the unwavering pursuit of justice. There will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned. Anyone from the prior or current Bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued and brought to justice. If there are gaps in the Epstein investigation, we will find them. If records have been hidden, we will uncover them. We will bring everything to the Department of Justice to be fully assessed, transparently disseminated to the American people as it should be. The oath we take is to the law in the Constitution, and under my leadership, that promise is going to be upheld without compromise. All right, Knuckle Buster, happy Friday.
And a happy Friday to you too, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, you know, I was over in Dalton the other day there, and your sister-in-law said tell you they love you, buddy. Oh, actually, I don't know if they did that or not, but I never did run into them, but it would have been nice if I had them anyway. So,
right.
Well, yeah. Both of my daughters are in the health industry, and they've told me to get a booster vaccine for the measles. Anybody that had it prior to 1968, that's what they've been told. So, I'm just going to take them at their word. I haven't read any stories of that, but I trust both of my daughters there. Well, there's a line from a George Jones song that says, I've had choices since the day I was born. I've heard those voices that told me right from wrong. If I had listened, I wouldn't be here today, living and dying with the choices I've made. I read old Monica Lewinsky says that the right way for Bill Clinton to handle that affair would have been to resign there. Well, don't you think, Monica, the right way for you to handle that affair would have been never got up underneath that desk?
That would be affirmative.
Oh, Pam Bondi. Yep. Oh, Pam Bondi, she looks like a woman you don't want to tick off, Steve. She looks like she could tear you a new backside there, right?
Yep, she ain't messing around.
Oh, I know that's right. You reckon all the documents on Slick Willie and that cousin across the pond there, you reckon they've all disappeared by now?
I can't help but wonder. I'd say distinct possibility.
Yeah. Yep, sure is there. So, well, I read on the drive that Ford Mustang is recalling to fix an incorrect repair from a previous recall, see?
Oh, yeah?
They originally had 30,000, and they fixed them, and now they're having to go back and fix 300 of them again for the same problem. Yeah. Something to do with the steering wheel shaking or something, I don't know. And let me introduce you to this 92-year-old woman. Her name is Bev. She drives a 2004 F-250 Trooper Duty, 3-liter power stroke in it, Steve, diesel engine, 6-speed manual transmission. Oh, yeah, and it's got 334,000 miles on the odometer. She won't drive anything but a stick in the floor, see? Yep. Her first truck was a 1945 cab over with a flatbed and 3-speed manual. She bought it for $25, Steve. How about that?
Wow.
I guess you couldn't buy one now for $25, could you? She uses to haul hay on her ranch there, but anyway, Ford doesn't make any more manual transmissions, so she ain't buying no new one there. So y'all need to find that woman and give her a $60 code for some Hot Shot Secret products there. That's just a suggestion. You don't have to.
Okay.
1997 Chevy S10 electric pickups. I didn't know we had electric pickups back in 1997. They were supposed to be destroyed, but this guy saved 3 of them. So, and then this is out of France. Even people over in France mess up too, Steve. He was a wide load carrying 182-ton oversized load. Tripped over on a bridge and it's stuck there, and they trying to get a crane in there to get it off. So, hell, can I talk about Yellow?
Go ahead. Sure.
Well, I worked for Yellow back in the 1990s, and I finally just gave them the middle finger and told them adios. I didn't want nothing to do with it there. Now, I'm sorry for brain dead and heat wave. But here's the deal, Steve. The company got their money, the union rep and their lawyers got their money, but who's left holding the empty bag?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. You'll have to just buckle down and work harder to get back to where you were to start with there. So, well, let's see, it's only 3:15. I'll call back in that loneliest hour and we'll get the rest of it in there. You've got a great show going this morning, Mr. Steve Sommers.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good morning there, Knuckle Buster. Yeah, I think I mentioned that the other morning. I said the whole measles. I don't know if I'd have to ask my mom. I don't think I had the measles when I was a kid. It was measles, or I had measles or mumps, but I don't recall which it was. But measles, rarely seen in the United States. But suddenly we're hearing a lot about it. Americans are growing more concerned about the preventable virus as cases continue to rise in rural West Texas. We had, of course, the first fatality this week, a child. Yeah, there's now more than 120 cases. 9 in eastern New Mexico. The state health department said there is no direct connection there, though, to the outbreak in Texas. Here's what to know and how to protect yourself. It is a respiratory disease caused by one of the world's most contagious viruses. It is airborne. It spreads easily when an infected person breathes, sneezes, coughs. Most commonly affects kids. On average, one infected person may infect about 15 other people. There's only a few viruses that even come close to that. First, it infects the respiratory tract, then spreads throughout the body. High fever, runny nose, cough, red watery eyes, and the rash. The rash generally appears 3 to 5 days after the first symptoms. Many think they have a cold or the flu before the rash begins. It starts with spots on the face, then spreads downward to the neck, the trunk, your arms, legs, feet. When that rash appears, your fever may spike over 104 degrees. There is no specific treatment, so doctors generally try to alleviate symptoms, prevent complications, and keep patients comfortable. People who have had measles once cannot get it again. It usually doesn't kill people, but it can. All right, common complications include ear infections, diarrhea. About 1 in 5 unvaccinated Americans who get measles are hospitalized. Among children, about 1 in every 20 develops pneumonia, and about 1 in every 1,000 suffers swelling of the brain, encephalitis, which can lead to convulsions, deafness, intellectual disabilities. It is deadly in a little less than 1% of cases, mainly in children. Children develop the most severe illness. The cause of death in these kinds of cases is usually pneumonia and complications from pneumonia. The best way to avoid is get the MMR vaccine, measles, mumps, rubella. First shot is recommended for children between 12 and 15 months, then a second between 4 and 6 years old. Before a vaccine was developed in the 60s, everybody got measles. But then when the vaccine came along, that was a complete game changer, one of the most successful vaccines in the history of medicine. There's a lot of data on the safety and effectiveness of the vaccine because it's been around for decades. Any of these outbreaks we're seeing can easily be prevented by increasing the rate of vaccination in the community. If we can maintain 95% of people vaccinated, we're not going to see this happening. But we've slipped well below that level in many parts of the country. Vaccination rates have declined, of course, since the COVID pandemic, and most states are below the 95% vaccination threshold for kindergartners, the level needed to protect communities against measles. Now, healthcare professionals are sometimes tested for antibodies to measles and given boosters if necessary, even if they've already had the standard 2 doses as a child. So that's kind of what Knucklebuster was saying. So if you had the shots when you were young, now earlier it said if you've actually had the measles, you cannot get it again. Okay. Now, people at high risk for infection who got the shots many years ago may also want to consider getting a booster if they live in an area with the outbreak. That would include family members living with someone who has the measles, or those especially vulnerable to respiratory diseases due to underlying conditions. But I don't think everyone needs to run out to their doctor right now if they did receive their 2 doses as a child. If people would just get the standard vaccination, none of this would actually be happening, he says. But, they had said time and time again, much of these cases are in a, what they call it, Mennonite community where many of them do not believe in getting the vaccination. So, all right, and of course, it goes without saying, many, many, many of the millions who have flooded into this country in recent years from all over the world, in particular places like Central America, and they're coming in from Africa and China. Many of those individuals are not vaccinated. It's 844-844-3388.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 or to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, what do you say? Let's head on out somewhere out west. Rolling up the highways and byways, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. Yeah, I'm just looking in a atlas here, trying to figure out how to get from Kennewick to Reno, and the directions that I was getting kind of had me wondering what in the hell kind of directions I was getting.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just crazy. Okay, looks like 95. So, anyways, Eagle's got an issue. And it is that he doesn't realize that there are moles anywhere you go. Just because President Trump is in office now and Pam Bondi's running the Department of Justice doesn't mean that everyone just gave up the ghost and ran away. You know, and I'm sure they just didn't say, let's go ahead and upset him specifically by not releasing the names.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the way I look at it, we waited this long. I think we can wait a few more days.
Well, there had to be
at his name.
There had to be widespread corruption, and we've talked about it for years. Not all in the FBI are bad. There's a lot of good guys out there and women, but especially at the upper echelon. And then you notice it's the New York field office. Every damn thing in New York is corrupt as hell.
Exactly. So, Eagle, just relax. We'll get answers here soon enough. May not be as soon as you want, but it'll happen soon enough. Oh, Lordy. What else has been going on? Well, I was 4/10 of a mile away from our yard in the Tri-City area in Washington and Pasco, and I didn't have but a minute, and then I had to stop. And normally I would make that run, but the problem is I had to stop in Boise, take the load off of me, because that's where I was dispatched to. And then they went ahead and put me back on that load to go up here to the Tri-Cities in Washington State. It's like, well, good night. Hell, if I didn't have to stop there in Boise, I would have made it. But that was a 600 and something mile day, so that's not too bad in a 67 mile an hour truck. Oh, Lordy. Oh, what else is going on? I know there's something else I was going to talk about, but I can't remember what it was. I must be stressed. So, other than that, so they're saying that Gene Hackman and his wife were dead for a while because the dog starved? Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, yeah, well, they were partially mummified, and the dog was dead in the kennel. There were 2 other dogs. One of them was outside, and the other, I don't know where the other was, but they were the 2 that weren't locked in the kennel were alive.
and it takes a little while before the mummification starts. So they might have been dead
for weeks,
quite a while.
Yep.
Yeah. The situation around Santa Fe, it's not like it's cleared. I mean, in Santa Fe proper, I mean, they've got regular neighborhoods where, your houses are right next to each other and whatnot. But when you go outside of the city, it's more rural. But it's a bunch of hills and a bunch of piñons and scrub and whatnot. So they could have easily been isolated house-wise to where they didn't have anybody else around them. So, I can see where that would happen.
Did you have any weather out there here several weeks ago? I mean, I know you had some snow. And did you have weather that maybe it could have knocked out power, where they could have run a generator that could have produced the carbon monoxide or something? Or
we did have some cold weather out there, but there was no reported power outages.
Okay.
That's not saying it didn't happen in certain areas up there, but yeah, as far as I know, no, we didn't have a whole bunch of snow. Cold weather, yeah, we had the cold. We just didn't have the snow.
Yeah.
So, well, let's see here. A couple of weeks ago, where was I? Yeah, that would have been the end of January, 1st of February. We had that storm come through that the buildup was that we were going to get snow, but the only thing that happened was it hit Raton Pass, northern New Mexico, southern Colorado, and it shut it down for a couple hours. But we didn't get the snowfall that we were expecting. We just got the cold. So, yeah, that could have been about the time frame that they passed, into January 1st of this month. So, that could have happened then. But so, but other than that, no. I guess you've been made aware of that your app,
the double play,
playing double.
Yes, correct. Yes.
It was very discouraging trying to hear horse feathers say something and then have the not heat wave, but the right wing nut growling and complaining about something or another.
All at the same time.
And I was trying to, it was very, very discombobulating. We'll put it that way. So anyways, other than that, I heard Brother Rambler was trying to listen to the show, and he told me that was going on, and he said he's going to have to listen to the show to figure out what position he's actually playing on that baseball team. And I told him, I said, you're going to have a lot of converts as long as Blind Man's on the mound pitching that way, because Lord knows where that ball's going to land, either in front of the batter or behind him or on top of him or whatever.
So we were trying to convince him to make the blind man the umpire, though. That way all the calls will be correct, right? And we pause.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A court order that had set a midnight deadline for the Trump administration to release frozen foreign aid funding has been put on hold by Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts.
Foreign aid groups had sued to continue their work and pay already due vendors. The Supreme Court weighing next steps.
The Justice Department filed an emergency application yesterday saying it didn't have enough time to unfreeze the $2 billion in aid money. The family of the Menendez brothers are speaking out to advocate for their release from prison.
Anna Maria Baralt, cousin of the brothers, said they've expressed a ton of remorse for years.
Inmates, corrections officers, and administrators have all gone on record to say Eric and Lyle have been model people.
Wednesday, California Governor Gavin Newsom ordered the parole board to investigate whether releasing the brothers would pose an unreasonable risk to the public. The Menendez brothers were sentenced to life in prison without parole for the 1989 murders of their parents. I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medishare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medishare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, what do we got? Friday, TGIF, last day of February. Thanks for being with us. This one made me kind of chuckle. Roseanne Barr, she made a statement. I'm not sure exactly when she said it. I think it's posted yesterday, February 27. She says, "We are at the point where anyone identifying as a Democrat at this point should be pointed at and laughed at. That's it. No more arguing, just point and laugh. I'd like to see this become a trend. We have argued and reasoned long enough. Anyone that hasn't woke up yet is never going to wake up." They don't deserve our energy or sympathy any longer. Point and laugh. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, who was it that posted a windy drive into, was it Fargo? Windy trip into Fargo, North Dakota this morning. Yes, it is, because you've got high wind warnings. Now, most of the state has wind advisories, but you've got that region from Fargo to Grand Forks to Grafton that are under high wind warnings. Yeah, they're talking 30, 40 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So the wiggle wagons are wiggling big time. All right, welcome back, Senior Heatwave.
Oh, thank you much. Appreciate it. You know, I still ain't figured out what the hell I was going to call and gripe about today. Oh, man, I tell you what, that is really discouraging. Of course, then just as soon as I get off the phone, I'll remember. But, yeah, no, that is funny. I mean, yeah, the Democrats have made a laughingstock of themselves and doubling down on the dumbest damn things. Now, I did hear about Yellow, us drivers getting shafted.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else got paid, but screw the worker.
Yep.
But then again, you got the same liberal judges out there that are saying, "Oh no, the workers have rights." Well, make up your damn minds. We either do or we don't. You know, it's not like Yellow doesn't have the money to not pay the drivers the warn fines. I mean, hell, if you have a law to protect the workers who get shafted like that, and then you got a judge that says, well, you're going to take it with no Vaseline, you're going to take it dry. I'm getting a little tired out here being screwed over. And, of course, the lawyers were getting paid by the union, but I guess everyone else got their money but us. So, there's going to be some unhinged people out there, afraid to say, but there are some, and you don't know what kind of condition they're going to be in as far as mentally, hence the name Unhinged. And, yep, I mean, if something bad were to happen, kind of like that insurance guy that got killed off by that nut job that everyone seems to love and adore now, I don't know what to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a topsy-turvy world. And to have a judge tell Trump, oh, no, you can't fire these people. You got to rehire them. Excuse me? I mean, where the hell does that judge get off saying you can't do that? It's a business.
Yeah.
The government is fat. It's bloated. We've known that for the longest time. And every Democrat that gets up there, they want to spend on something that ain't germane to us, but it's going to be for everyone else. And I'm sure someone out there has got a Jackie Gleason reference saying, the damn Germans got nothing to do with this. Smokey and the Bandit reference.
Uh-huh.
Saying the word germane. But anyways, and then a Republican has to get up in there and spend twice as much money to get our services, like the military, back in order, and then they start screaming and complaining, well, we don't need to be spending that money on the military. Well, if you jackasses wouldn't have cut it, we wouldn't have to be, doubling everything every time.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, they just don't get it. They just do not get it. Why? Because they're politicians. They've been in government for so long, they just think we owe them everything because they just so happen to be in the positions that they're in. One of the names that come up last night was Nadler. And it wasn't that fat bastard up there in New York.
The Penguin, Jerry. No, it wasn't Jerry. It was a different Nadler. Yeah, the one that got, they had the child porn or whatever. 10 years in prison.
Yeah, now I wonder, is he related to Jerry Nadler? I mean, and if so, does that fat bucket of fat need to be, looked into as well? I'm sure that whoever's up in that New York office is really thinks they're saving people from their final doom, and it ain't going to happen. They're going to be called out here soon enough. And, oh, wow. Seriously? Okay. Yeah, I've got to go to Reno. And there just really ain't no easy way to get there. There's 395 here in Pendleton, Oregon. But, I mean, it says it's going to take about 10.5 hours to get there. And there's another one that says it'll take 10 hours and 4 minutes to get there from where I'm at now. And, you got to go 200 miles out of the way to get to it. But they're all about 600 plus miles. If I take the one that's 10 hours and 4 minutes away, I'll be doing a lot more interstate driving. But, they I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what, the perils of driving a truck and having electronic logs. Like I said earlier, I was 0.4 of a mile away. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to keep on going. They're probably thinking, oh, no, this Estes driver is just drunk because he's all over the damn interstate. Yeah, I guess I'll just keep my foot into it, stay on the interstate, and take a 95 or whatever, get back down to Interstate 80 and just haul buckets from there. Yeah, I tell you what.
Well, don't break the hours of service rules. It ain't worth it. Yeah, I'll tell you why here in a moment. But first, you referenced Nadler. Yeah, that's we were kind of going through the step by step with Epstein and his associates. And it got to the point where we were talking about who led the Russian collusion hoax against Trump, and that was Mueller and Comey, right? Who was Mueller's key witness during the Russian collusion? That was a guy by the name of George Nadler. I'm not really familiar with it. And the next was who was recently sentenced to 10 years in prison for pedophilia while being in possession of images and footage of children being sexually abused, and that was George Nadler. I said, don't break the hours of service rules. It's always been the case. I mean, if you're on paper logs, ELDs, the whole premise, especially if you're doing like the 2-log things back in the day, and something bad happened, and they were going to go through and it's always been the case. This is the scenario we had from CDL Life this past day. A truck driver has been charged with multiple offenses after a wreck that killed a young boy while violating the hours of service rules. And that was the key. It was July of last year, I-495 in Indianapolis, in a construction zone. A crash that killed a 9-year-old, injured his 5-year-old sister, trapped his father in the crushed vehicle. The father still struggling with injuries to his brain, eyes, and vocal cords. According to Fox 59, truck driver Diason Laurent was unable to stop for backed-up traffic in the construction zone, causing him to slam into the back of the family name was Goodrich, their Honda Civic. Civic was pushed into another vehicle. The tractor-trailer jackknifed and slammed into another semi. When police arrived, Laurent, the truck driver, told them, I was coming up the ramp. Traffic slowed down a little too much. I tried to slow down, but I ended up swerving. I was about to slam on the brakes, and my trailer went around me. His traffic camera did record the incident, but the angle was too high to get a good view of the traffic. His speed was recorded at 62 in the seconds before the collision. The speed limit in that construction zone was 45. Police noted that Laurent had a dog with him, that he had 2 cell phones and a laptop out at the time of the crash. The investigation revealed LaRon had continued to drive for another 23 minutes after he was supposed to stop for his 10. I don't know how much further he was looking to go, so he was over the 10 hours. Supposed to stop, rather. He was slated for a 10-hour break. He told police he was supposed to have a co-driver with him, but the driver was on vacation. Police report found he was at fault, described him as following too closely at an unsafe speed. The trucking company he was driving for at the time was placed out of service about 3 months after the crash. Meanwhile, the Goodrich family filing lawsuit against the driver, the company he worked for, and he was charged with reckless homicide and 2 counts of criminal recklessness this past day based on that lawsuit. Failed to reduce his speed. So there is right now a warrant out for his arrest. He could be facing up to 6 years in prison. Oh, they did say the lawsuit alleges that he did not have a valid CDL at the time of the crash as well. Carelessly, negligently followed too closely, failed to reduce speed. Now, he did possess a valid Texas CDL at the time of the crash, apparently, so. But nonetheless, now facing potential up to 6 years. You say, I was only 23 minutes over, but that's the risk you're taking in this day and age. And I guess technically it's always been, but hey, quick time out. We return the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
So, yes, correct. Horse feathers. He said that story you just said it was doing 62 miles an hour in that construction zone. It was a 45 limit. That's 17 over. All right. Threshold, 15 over. That kind of jumps things up, I guess. So he was 17 over at the time of the crash. But what's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Hey, I might lose you here. I'm kind of in a bad spot, but anyway. Yeah, about 15 over. That's about when you get stopped for speed. In a construction zone, maybe 10 over, 5 over.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit more stricter. ACDA is the number one cause of crashes out here. Barrier to maintaining assured clear distance. In other words, you're following too close, Steve. You're off somebody's caboose. Suzanne Barr, Steve, I don't know if you've ever seen that clip with her and Tucker, but man, the unrated version is a good one. Man, I haven't heard much news. I guess they didn't really release too much on this Epstein stuff.
Let me give you the Reader's Digest version. Pam Bondi found out this. She had a whistleblower from the FBI New York field office come to her Wednesday night after she had done that show with Jesse Waters talking about she was going to release the 200 documents she had. Whistleblower told her there are thousands of documents being withheld from you at the New York field office. She told Kash Patel yesterday, you've got till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to get those documents on my desk. You've got 14 days to find out who at the New York field office was withholding this and give me their names for disciplinary action.
Go figure, right, Steve?
Yep. So whatever the...
Remember I told you... Remember I told you the king for a day thing?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I'm telling you, there are going to be whistleblowers coming out of the woodwork. You can run, but you can't hide. You're going to see some heads rolling, man. That's a fact, Jack.
So whatever the 200, she had 200 pages of whatever. She did release that to a number of media outlets. Yeah, at this point, they're saying most everything that she had in her possession, names and whatnot, were names that had surfaced over the years. You know, the dude over there in the royal family and stuff like that. That no big surprise. All the real stuff is still being, it's supposed to be on our desk at 8 o'clock this morning. That's all I know. 8 a.m.
Yeah. Well, Steve, they are still embedded.
Correct.
They're going to have to fight to get this stuff because it is what it is, man. You're going to have people refusing to turn stuff over. Like, I've been in and out most of the night on your show because the app's jacked up. But somebody said it earlier. Just because Trump got elected, you think everything's peachy. It's going to take. We said it's probably going to take 10 years to weed all this out and fix it. So, but we're working at it. Steve, I can't believe, man, when next show comes on, we're going to be in March, my man.
Yes, sir. March 3rd.
I'll tell you what, time is just clicking. All right, brother. I'm heading to the home 20. I'm going to be there in a couple minutes. Got the weekend off. Everybody be safe. Hammer down. Thanks to you.
All right. Enjoy a few days there. And we'll chat next week at some point in time. What else? He mentioned the unbelievable spending Doge has uncovered. Yeah, you've got the Senator John Kennedy was kind of rehashing some of what Doge exposed about U.S. aid, USAID. And he said, I'll tell you what Musk discovered. It's fascinating that the American taxpayers, we've been giving money to Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, USAID, 10,000 employees. Every year they give away $40 billion. Money to support electric vehicles in Vietnam. Our money, our taxpayer money. USAID gave money to transgender clinic in India. $1.5 million to Serbia, an LGBT group. They got $1.5 million, to quote. advanced diversity, equity, inclusion in Serbian workplaces and business communities. $164 million was spent to support radical organizations around the planet. $122 million of that went to groups that are aligned with foreign terrorist organizations. USAID gave millions of dollars to, quote, organizations in Gaza controlled by Hamas. $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala. $20 million for the new Sesame Street in Iraq. And he said, I could go on and on. We've shared most of this already. He said, but I could go all night, and many of my colleagues are upset. Yeah, they're actually mad at Mr. Musk. I think we ought to give this guy a medal. So the very latest for U.S., the Agency for International Development, which is AID for short. But it's not about aid. Agency for International Development. Workers who have been fired or placed on leave as part of the dismantling of the agency are being given a brief window yesterday and today, Friday, to clear out their workspaces. USAID placed 4,080 staffers who work across the globe on leave Monday. That was joined by a reduction in force that will affect another 1,600, according to the State Department yesterday. USAID, one of the biggest targets so far of the campaign to hash out slashing the size of government. The actions of USAID leave only a small fraction of their employees still on the job. This administration has moved swiftly to shutter the foreign aid agency, calling their programs out of line with, our agenda. Wasteful spending. Their effort is extraordinary because it's not involved Congress. The Congressional Research Service earlier this month said congressional authorization is required to abolish, move, or consolidate USAID, but the Republican majorities in the House and Senate have made no pushback against what's going on here. There's virtually nothing left to fund anyway. The administration now says it is eliminating more than 90% of the foreign aid contracts and $60 billion in U.S. assistance around the world. I think they're giving 15 minutes for those workers. You got 15 minutes, clear out your desk, and out the door.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A court order that had set a midnight deadline for the Trump administration to release frozen foreign aid funding has been put on hold by Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts.
Foreign aid groups had sued to continue their work and pay already due vendors. The Supreme Court weighing next steps, asking both sides for more information by tomorrow.
The Justice Department filed an emergency application yesterday saying it didn't have enough time to unfreeze the $2 billion in aid money. The family of the Menendez brothers are speaking out to advocate for their release from prison.
Anna Maria Baralt, cousin of the brothers, said they've expressed a ton of remorse for years.
Inmates, corrections officers, and administrators have all gone on record to say Eric and Lyle have been model people while incarcerated.
Wednesday, California Governor Gavin Newsom ordered the parole board to investigate whether releasing the brothers would pose an unreasonable risk to the public. The Menendez brothers were sentenced to life in prison without parole for the 1989 murders of their parents. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The people behind the movement to get California to split from the United States say their effort is gaining momentum. Marcus Ruiz Evans of Fresno is the man who started the ball rolling to make the 31st U.S. state independent.
He says the Cal Exit movement, as it's known, is picking up support from Californians who say they have vast political differences from Washington, D.C. His team of proponents must gather nearly 547,000 valid signatures from registered voters by July 22nd. The goal is to get the question of California becoming an independent nation on the 2028 ballot. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Egg prices are predicted to increase by 41% this year. That's according to a report released by the Agriculture Department.
That has some looking to start harvesting their own with backyard chickens. You have to factor in the chicken feed, the cost of the coop, and all the time it takes to both harvest the eggs and clean up the mess. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Some say President Trump's Get Tough on Crime approach at the southern border is working. The head of the Texas State Troopers say there has been a dramatic change in illegal immigration.
The numbers right now are the lowest that we've ever seen them. I think there's several days this week that were below 100.
DPS Director Freeman Martin says they're already planning on ramping down law enforcement at the border. Currently, there are troopers from all over the state on special assignment at the border, and that's going to be the first to end. A new study from Bankrate is focusing on financial literacy in America.
Analyst Alex Gailey says parents need to teach money matters to their kids.
What we found is that Americans who were exposed to a strong financial education during their childhood are more likely to have successfully negotiated raises at work. They're also more likely to practice healthy financial habits as adults, such as setting a budget or saving for the future.
Gailey says having a strong understanding of what it means to earn money helps you increase your earnings over time. She says 66% of Americans who grew up with a strong financial education have successfully negotiated pay raises during their careers. That compares with 39% of Americans with little or no exposure to money lessons growing up. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Blue Origin's upcoming flight to space is going to feature a group of famous women. The rocket company owned by Jeff Bezos announced today that Katy Perry, Gayle King, and Lauren Sanchez are going to be part of that crew, joined by NASA rocket scientist Aisha Bowie and bioastronautics research scientist Amanda Nguyen. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medishare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Here we go, final hour, one more time around on a Friday morning. Who said that? There's some funny people out there. He said, my grandfather's rolling over in his grave. The prospect that he's not going to be getting Social Security payments anymore. That's about the truth of it. How much, how many, when all is said and done, how many of these Social Security payments are going out to people that have been dead for years? Here, let me get Blind Man's been hanging in there. Thanks for being with us on a Friday morning, Blind Man.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I'd be happy to be the umpire. You got a problem with your affiliate on the Eastern Shore. They're playing the type of music you would hear if you were put on hold, and they're saying they're unable to carry your show or something like that. I mean, they were really screwed up this morning. And I'm going to miss hearing the rest of the show because I don't know another radio station that I could tune in. But, yeah, you need to really look into that on the Eastern Shore.
Huh, okay.
But anyway, yeah, I'd be more than happy to be the umpire. And I do remember going to a Nats game, and Charlie Slows, who did the play-by-play, was complaining about the umpire that should have been a ball, not a strike, or something like that. So I yelled at the top of my lungs, hey, umpire, do you have a long white cane or a dog guide? And apparently my voice got through, and Charlie says, oh, somebody's heckling the umpire already. So I enjoyed that. And I went to a special winter baseball exhibit or something where you could run a base or throw pitches, and I tried my hand at throwing pitches. I either hit the batter or
Go figure.
I missed way off, like behind the batter, or I hit his head or something like that. And the guy says, well, you wouldn't be a good pitcher. And I said, yeah, I know. But I had fun there.
Good times, huh? Those were the days?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's when I had my fiancée. I really do miss her. I hope she's in heaven.
Yes.
But anyway, I just wanted to shout hello. If I can find another radio station, I can hear the rest of your show. But I'll probably end up listening to, the other show, Dumb and Dumber. You know what show I'm talking about.
Sure, yeah. I mean, well, the podcast and everything should be good to go today, but I wasn't aware. So you're trying to tune into the Delmarva affiliate, and they're not on either, huh?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, something's going on with them that
Well,
you
I mean,
really need to look into.
And was that just this morning? Is that the first time that's happened, or?
That's the first time it's happened.
Okay.
Yeah, normally I would hear your show.
Everything's kind
But
of screwed up.
something's
We know the app is messed up. They're playing two shows at the same time. I kind of wonder if that's what's occurring there, that they're getting a double feed and they can't air that. So.
Yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to shout, hello, Heat Wave. I hope you're doing okay. It's good to hear you. And I'm looking forward to hearing Eskimo Mom this Sunday when I talk to her and Big Sexy and Brain Dead. We have our Sunday morning chat, and that's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that this Sunday.
Very good. Well, we will expect a full report come next week because we'll be into the month of March, Blind Man. All right, Grump, hang in there. Got you coming up next. Eskimo Mom. Third time's a charm, right?
Hi, Steve.
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's just been one of them times. I was crossing the Natural River Bridge, or the Natural Bridge over the Ohio River, and I dropped and called you back, and then I got to my store and had to do my drop and hook, and now I'm rolling back towards the home 20.
There you go.
To start off with the when y'all were talking about that crash over there in Indy, that where they're now looking for that truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of had almost a similar situation about 10 years ago with one of my now former coworkers, where he was coming through the construction zone over there in Cincinnati, and they had a stalled vehicle, and he ran into the back of them, and actually killed a person. And that coworker of mine, he was about ready to face manslaughter charges, if I remember right. And the attorney handling that, the company attorney handling that case, he was about ready to pull his hair out over everything going on. But the now former coworker got acquitted, and I think he lost his CDL and everything. So yeah, some of that stuff gets to be very, very serious when your logbook's out of spec, or your get your cell phone in your hand, or anything like that. They're going to find something to get you. But what I really wanted to call about was tomorrow night at 6 p.m. is if you like traditional hockey. They're going to have the NHL is going to have the Stadium Series, and they're going to be at the shoe
in
outdoors
Columbus
at Ohio State.
Yes.
At Ohio State.
That's going to be big, yeah.
Yes, and Rambler. Yes, and Rambler is, we've all been teasing Rambler. He's going to get the popcorn, he's going to get the nice big old cold drink, and he's going to rip the knob off the TV because his Red Wings are playing tomorrow night.
Yeah, all right.
But they've been working on getting that ice rink set up for the last 2 weeks. Because my little brother, he works over there at the shoe, and he sent me a picture of the one semi of the equipment. It was really, really cool.
Now
and Columbus Dispatch has been showing some of the progress they've made.
Now the shoe holds like 70,000 people, or is it more than that? Are they expecting like a full house, a full crowd for that? Do you know?
I think the shoe holds like 100 to 120.
Wow.
Because pretty much if you got to go to Wexner Medical Center or anything like that, you might on a football Saturday you might as well hang it up, or you might as well be ready to walk a bunch because that stadium holds.
Mm-hmm.
Brother said when I saw him last Friday that there were tickets still available.
Wow, I'm looking. I did a quick search. I did a quick search, and it says the second largest crowd in NHL history will witness the 2025 Navy Federal Credit Union Stadium Series between the Red Wings and the Blue Jackets Saturday, 6 p.m., the second largest crowd in history. Wow.
Yeah. And to top it off, they're supposed to have a high of 33 degrees over there tomorrow. So hopefully we get some good ice.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, because,
And hopefully it gets to be a good game.
A couple days ago, you'd be kind of wondering because they were, close to 50 degrees. But, yes, things cooling off. And matter of fact, going to be a windy day today. They just, hoisted wind advisories for a good portion of Kentucky, most of Indiana, a good chunk of central and western Ohio, 30 to 40 mile an hour winds, gusts maybe approaching, did that say 60? All right, so that included, wind advisory. Let me double check on that. All right, 20-25, sustained gust of 45. I was going to say 60. Man, oh, man. So gust of 45 today. Going to be a windy day, but... All right, thank you so much, Eskimo Mom. Second largest crowd in NHL history. So I guess that means they are anticipating a full house there in Columbus. You pull up the rest of the story. The Dateline headline, Columbus, Ohio, second largest crowd in NHL history. Steve Mayer, president of NHL Contents and Events, said projections are for more than 90,000 fans. At Ohio Stadium, home of the Ohio State Buckeyes, this is an iconic place. I've watched some incredible events take place in this building. Special to be here for us to actually look at what will be the second largest crowd in the history of these outdoor games, and to know that even though it started years ago, we're still going strong, and we're bringing a game to Columbus for the first time. It's kind of unbelievable that we haven't been here, but the attendance number will not reach the crowd of 105,491 at Michigan Stadium for the NHL Winter Classic between the Red Wings and the Toronto Maple Leafs. That was January 1 of 2014. Nor the official football capacity of 102,780. This is due to the number of seats unavailable to accommodate the stage for the performance by 21 pilots during the first intermission and the platforms needed for television cameras that are different than the set locations for the football game. So I guess they could have a larger crowd. Second largest crowd, 85,630 at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas, January 1 of 2020. The Winter Classic between the Dallas Stars and the Nashville Predators. Besides 21 pilots, that's the musical group, the pregame concert by OAR and the Ohio State Athletic Band that will be performing throughout the game. He did tease some surprises. He said, we want people on Monday when they go back to work to talk about this and say, did you see this? Did you see that? Yeah, this is important, and sometimes it's the unexpected that actually catches people's eyes. Yeah, why isn't a secret? What is not a secret is that the Blue Jackets' famed goal cannon will be positioned rink-side. I promise it will be louder than it is in Nationwide Arena, so be ready for that. The event will honor Blue Jackets forward Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew, who died August 29 when they were struck by an alleged drunk driver while riding motorcycles near their home in Salem County, New Jersey. All right, so big game. All right. The Grump joins us here on a Friday. What's happening, Grump?
No, not much. Not much at all. Just out here cruising. I'm going to go back up and get a load of tractors, and been doing a lot of that. But, talking about that guy that, was over his hours of service. I got hung up in snow up in Montana there last week, and I was going into Washington. I ran over my, actually over the busted a 14-hour clock and the drive time for 9 minutes. But I set out on the high. I mean, we were just creeping along because of the damn wreck, and I think I averaged for about 3 hours there. Where you just we was pretty much just setting, but I annotated it and said, extending drive time for to find safe parking. And when I got into Washington the next day, they looked at my let me check your log real quick. And so I got it on my phone. I got this Motive app, so I clicked on it and showed it. And he said, just hand me the phone. I said, nope. He said, what do you mean, nope? And I said, get my phone, dude. I said, give me an email address or something where I can forward you the last 7 days of the logs and stuff. He said, well, just show me today and yesterday. So I did, and he looked at it and said, oh, you in violation yesterday. I said, yep, 7 minutes. And I showed him the note on there, where I annotated that, had to extend hours, to find safe parking, stuck on the interstate for, heavy snow. And he said, that's cool. He said, you're right. So I said, all right. So, that was all that was said, but you get these guys that are out here just running over their hours and stuff. And I was talking to when I was talking to our safety guy there, let's see, it was about the first part of the month here, we were just sitting there having a chat, and he said there was a guy that they had to pull his contract and everything. He said he just acted like it was no damn big deal. I mean, if he had some place to go, if he had 800 miles, he'd just bust his hours and do it, and or do personal conveyance or something, and that personal conveyance right now is getting a lot of people busted. They're running toward their, forward advancement and things like that, where they're using it to, say there's no parking available, and then they'll move, 20, 30, 40 miles on down the damn road toward their destination, and which is illegal as hell. I mean, if they read the regulations, it'll tell them fast that, that's illegal. But it's like it doesn't bother some people, Steve. It's, they don't realize the magnitude of, you get out here and you hit somebody or something like that, what's going to happen. You're, number one, you're not supposed to be in that spot right there, and it's a litigator's dream when they find that out. They're like, well, hell, we got some money coming in on this one, so let's cash in. But, talking about all these that money and everything that was misappropriated from that UAI or
USAID,
was.
yeah.
Yeah, they these judges, I don't know why in the hell that these contracts, they weren't clear to begin with. They said a lot of them were open contracts that they would have targeted for a certain country, but it had nothing to do with it. So the judges, some of these judges that they're taking this stuff in front of course, are liberal judges, and they're giving them, that, trying to tell Trump that, hey, you can't stop these contracts. Hell, they can't. I haven't seen a government contract yet that wasn't in favor of the government where they can terminate it at any time, for any reason, and let them, because normally, people doesn't have the money to fight that out in court. If it's not for a disciplinary reason or just cause, they just go ahead and terminate it. But I'd like to see Pam Bondi, I'm not kidding you, just start throwing some warrants on these judges' desks and say, here, you're conspiracy to commit fraud, because they're complicit with these damn orders. I mean, they can't stand there and explain why they want to give that money to that country or whatever, but all they say is, well, it was already targeted there. It was already money that was allotted for this organization or this or that, without any kind of narrative at all on what that money was to be used for. And what pisses me off about this whole thing, Steve, is well, let's take 2 years ago. I pay quarterly taxes. At the end of the year, I got my taxes done. My accountant had cancer. So he asked me, he said, hey, he's going through some stuff. He's going to be off for a while. He said, you mind if I file an extension on this? I said, no, go ahead. And he said that, it was him and, my tax. There was a lot of people that had to file, go ahead and file extension because he was going through chemo and he just was not able to do it. So when I sent my taxes in, I underpaid by, I think it was about $3,200 or something like that. And they're wanting to charge penalties and interest, on me, but yet they can, and threatening you with penalty, with jail time and every damn thing else. I mean, the letters that you get in the mail over something as stupid as that, but it amazes me. And then, but yet they can find, billions and billions and billions of dollars just to throw out the damn window like it's nothing. But yet the American taxpayer, oh yeah, you got to pay that. You're going to get socked with penalties and interest. So my accountant submitted a letter and they took it off. They said, no, okay, we understand it was it was beyond his control or whatever. But then they sent me another damn letter and said, you need to up your game on your quarterly taxes and, make sure that you're overpaying, instead of, who in the hell wants to overpay the government?
Right.
That's something I just, it just blows my mind that these morons in that damn IRS office can write stuff like that. And they don't just send me a letter. They send me and my wife, since we filed jointly, the same damn letter, and it's a book, Steve. That damn thing is an inch thick on all the problems or everything that's the regulations, and it's copies of this and copies of that. They send it out to you, and it makes absolutely no damn sense. I'm sending in one, 1040 for both of us, but yet if there's a problem or something like that, or they want to see something more, they send you all these damn letters, and I'm like, hell, right here's half the damn rainforest sitting in my mailbox. Gee, money, Christmas, all the lumber that they got to cut down to make these damn, for IRS is amazing. I don't know. I would love to see it gutted. I really would. I'd like to see, just, stupid stuff like that. If somebody's paid taxes throughout the year, if they underpay, and they have to get an extension for whatever reason, you can't get documentation or something like that, why in the hell are they want penalties and interest? It's just theft of, as far as I'm concerned, they're just stealing from the public like that when they turn around and you got some jackass like that idiot Joe Biden that just says, well, hey, let's just give away all this money. Let's just, Stacey Abrams, that big gap-toothed lard-ass clown, who has ran for governor and ran for Senate and everything else, has yet to be elected. She, she's like a bad penny, man. She just keeps turning up, and here now she's, was given, $4 billion for her organization who, was only worth $100. I'd like to see the $990 on that and see what kind of salary that she's getting since she claimed to be a nonprofit organization. I'd like to see her salary. It's and that's public information. Anybody that wants to look at a nonprofit organization's what they're paying out money on and what the officers' salaries and things are, just look up their $990, and it like I said, it's free. I mean, hell, you can get on there and look it right up, and I've used it several times on different organizations, and then called them up and said, hey, what's the deal here? You guys, you only got 12% of your the money that you're asking people to send in is actually going toward the cause. The rest of it goes toward administrative costs.
Right.
That's nuts.
Well, and then on top of that, I mean, she might have something that looks like a feasible, legitimate salary. But the deal is, when you're getting these sort of millions of dollars, you behind the scenes, you meet with this individual that's in charge. All right, we're gonna get you $250,000, and you're gonna give me $50,000 back. All right, so you get 200, that sort of thing. All the back door, under the table. Yeah, like I said, how do you have people with $175,000 salary in 5 years so they're worth $9 million?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer met with President Trump today at the White House. While speaking to reporters, Trump said they're discussing the war between Russia and Ukraine.
I think we're very well advanced on a deal, but we have not made a deal yet, so I don't like to talk about peacekeeping until we have a deal. I like to get things done.
This is his first meeting with Trump since the second presidency began. A federal judge is blocking the Trump administration's mass firings of federal workers. A U.S. District Court judge ruled the Office of Personnel Management must rescind a memo that resulted in the mass firings of probationary employees. The ruling states that the firings were probably illegal, but does not reinstate workers who have been dismissed. Another court hearing is scheduled for March 13th. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 193 points. The S&P 500 lost 94 points. The Nasdaq dropped 530 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, word is the app is actually back up and running. Well, that's good for our final hour, right? Yeah, hopefully it's repaired for good. They've been working on this all week long. What a headache. All right, Grump, what else did you have?
It just, I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's, when you look at these firings and you look at the judges and people that are saying, no, that might be an illegal firing or this and that, it seems to me like hell. They're just conspiring with the damn Democrats on this stuff and siding with them in so many respects. I mean, where in the hell does it say in the Constitution that we have to have 286 damn agencies in the government, and we have to have 4 million people running it, and instead of getting rid of people when one agency downsizes or closes, hell, they move them into another job that they don't need to be there. It's it just blows your damn mind how we've become such a bloated and just useless government. I mean, it's about time we streamline things. It's one of the reasons why we had the drawdown of forces was we streamlined so much. Faster QRF units. We had stronger missiles and better aircraft and things like that can reach out and touch people that we didn't need all these damn, as many troops as we had. And I just don't understand why in the hell that if I was Trump, I'd just give the judge a call and say, hey, kiss it, dude. We're getting rid of the people whether you like it or you don't. It just seems to me like these bureaucrats, these unelected bureaucrats that are, like the judges that are appointed, think that they have more damn power than the president, and that should never, ever happen. I mean, it just, I don't know. It's judicial bias, number one. They should look at it like the Supreme Court looks at a lot of stuff. We're not going to touch it. There's not enough precedents here to touch anything, and it seems like now that the judges, they just think that you got to bring us all this information so I can determine whether there's too many damn people working in this organization or it's too bloated. You're spending too much money on it. No, that's the manager's job. It's not a freaking judge's job. Why don't they just do what they ought to do, lock up criminals and settle lawsuits and crap like that that's outside the scope of something like this? But, it just blows my mind, man. It really does. I've never seen judges that just think that they're so damn important now that they can make decisions over the president of the United States. If I was Trump, I'd be like, hey, kiss it, dude. I don't need to listen to you. You want to charge me? Fine, charge me.
Yep.
And just, sick Pam Bondi on his ass for something, malpractice, judicial malpractice or something. But, all right, buddy, that's about it, man.
All right. Well, hey, have a good Friday, and we'll talk to you next month, somewhere down the line, because we are closing out the month of February here. Almost forgot notable birthdays today. In 1940, on this date, Indy 500, in 1978, F1 world champion Mario Andretti was born. 1941, a restaurateur and the inspiration for Alice's restaurant, Alice Brock, was born. In 1955, on this date, the comedian Gilbert Gottfried, or you may recognize him as the voice of the Aflac Duck, was born. All right, today, national days. What do we have? It is National Chocolate Souffle Day. It is National Pancake Day. It is National Tooth Fairy Day. National Public Sleeping Day. Where's that come into play? It is National Skip the Straw Day. And finally, it is National Vegan Lipstick Day. Okay, just as a quick note, this Sunday is National Egg McMuffin Day, as well as National Cream Pie Day. Okay, good to know, because we won't be back till Monday morning. All right, got the Wayback Machine warmed up here. On this date, 1803, Ohio was admitted to the Union. Okay. Let's see. The 1810, the first fire insurance company called the Philadelphia Contribution Ship was originally founded in 1752 by Ben Franklin. 1827, B&O Railroads becomes the first commercial railroad. 1909, the first National Women's Day was observed as it was organized by the Socialist Party of America to honor the 1908 garment workers' strike in New York City, where women protested against their working conditions. 1947, the February 28th massacre, or when an anti-government that was suppressed by the leader of China. Reportedly 20,000 people died. Wow. 1983, this was the day the final episode of MASH aired. Yeah, for a period of time, I don't know if it holds today, that was the most watched television episode in history. 1994, on this date, the Brady Law was passed. 2007, the Jupiter flyby of the New Horizons Pluto spacecraft. And just as a side note, on March 1, the Salem witch trials began in 1692. So that would be the anniversary date tomorrow, technically. Let's see. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. What's happening this morning?
Morning, Steve. I got down there to Bluegrass Stockyards and unloaded and reloaded, and I'm headed south here again. So, you were wanted to comment on Grump was talking about. He said he had an agent or dispatcher that dropped the guy's contract because he was running 800 miles, and that's pretty common type of mileage in the business that we're in, and I never did understand how we ended up without an hours of service or without or with an ELD exemption, and then we've got our own separate hours of service versus what they've got going on in freight. And I think one of the big problems that we see with the uptick in all these accidents out here is that there's a lot more foreign and non-English speaking drivers out here. The reason I'm bringing this up is that I was at the Loves at Waterloo, Iowa the other night, and I was getting fuel, and when I walked in, right there on the door, there was a piece of paper that was tacked on there that was telling drivers that they couldn't park in front of the scale when they shut down for the night, you know, and I guess they've been parking on top of the fuel drops and the scale. And they had that paper, Steve. It was written it was written in English, Spanish, and Arabic on it.
Okay.
There's 3 different languages on there, and it kind of the first time I've ever seen that anywhere out here, that they're writing 3 different languages down for something for drivers to have to read. So, you know, and so I think part of that is the problem we're running into with all these accidents, because it isn't necessarily guys running a lot of miles. I mean, if we do it all the time in this industry, and we know when to get our rest, and we've got the right equipment, things to do it like that. It's just, I personally, I think that since the ELD has come into phase and being used in 90% of the industry, I like to say it's kind of dumbed the industry down now, because a lot of these guys get out here, they drive down the road, you know, they'll do anything they want because they know they got an actual quitting time, you know, and I think that's a bad, it makes people get bad decisions because they don't have to think things through. I mean, I hear a lot of guys saying that they got all this pressure because they're running up against the clock, and I think it's the complete opposite of that. I mean, they can just get out here. Because if you get a load on, you got an ELD on, and you got a load on that's going 1,100 miles, you don't have to worry about it anymore because you know the guy that's loading you and your dispatcher, you're going to have to quit at some point before you get that 1,100 miles, and there's nothing they can say to you about it. And in the past, it wasn't like that anymore. So I don't know. My opinion on it is, I think that the ELD and having it in these trucks is a worse safety factor now than it was before we had them in there.
Right.
Because you just see a uptick in accidents. And I don't know if it's, like I said, and I don't want to bemoan anybody out here getting a job driving a truck, but you know, now when you're starting to see signage put up at truck stops to make a notification and it's in 3 different languages, that's kind of eye-opening.
That is somewhat odd, but, you know, we've seen a lot, you know, how many incidents where, you know, trucks hitting low overpasses, you know, where the driver probably couldn't understand or read English to read all the signs they were approaching about the overpass.
Yeah, I think too, a big part of the problem, like I used to run across Wyoming all the time going, you know, hauling hogs out to California, and you'd go out there in the wintertime, and you pretty much expected to see all the doubles like the FedEx and the yellow and all that spread off in the ditches in the wintertime, you know, because that's kind of what happened out there. And now you'll get out there, and they've got these, just like that crash in that tunnel out there at Rock Springs. And I got friends that still run out across there in the wintertime, and they just said that there's just multitudes of wrecks out there anymore. And I think a lot of that has to do with guys they don't run CB radios or trucks anymore. So you used to notify guys ahead of time about that. Or you could notify a guy that he's on a wrong road with a low overpass or something like that. And there's just, you know, that the technology's taking some of that out of there, but there's just this huge, I think you're right about that, and not being able to understand that, and because they put the signs up out there in Wyoming now that, in fact, everybody, you know, they've got that old saying in Wyoming that I keep asking drivers if they've ever been to Spots, Wyoming, and that's what I mean, and there's signs in Wyoming all the time that say high winds or icy roads in Spots, you know. And so I've never been to Spots myself, but I ask people that all the time. But if you can't read English, you don't even know about Spots, Wyoming. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right, I'm done rambling incoherently, Steve. Y'all have a great weekend.
Well, I'm sure you gave me a tip of the hat and a honk of the horn as you rolled through town here earlier this evening at a high rate of speed. Hopefully you slowed it down there in the cut in the hill, because that's like a 55 zone. Hey, 5-7, good morning. He shares, he caught on Fox News. He said the mayor of Boston said she's headed into D.C. to tell the truth about the immigrants in her city. To which the head of ICE said, good, let her come in, so I can tell her we detained 9 illegal alien pedophiles in her city. So who made Boston safer? The mayor or ICE? Okay. So speaking of, officials with ICE made over 100 arrests in the controversial Texas development Colony Ridge earlier this week, in a massive raid that a Trump official claims is only phase 1 of a larger operation. Monday, ICE arrested 118 individuals in the Colony Ridge area, a sprawling 33,000-acre development about a half-hour north of Houston. Now, some of those arrested already had outstanding warrants. Others were detained during traffic stops. Perez is allegedly a member of the vicious transnational gang MS-13, had previously been deported on suspicion of murder. According to the Post via ICE, the arrestees have either been accused or convicted of crimes such as homicide, manslaughter, sexual abuse of a minor, and offenses related to drugs and or weapons. Though the agency did not release details about most of the individuals, a spokesperson did note one allegedly repeat offender was among them. A 39-year-old Florentine Chavez Luna was wanted for allegedly repeatedly sexually abusing a minor between November of 2008 and November of 2016. Believed to be a native of El Salvador, had already been deported from the U.S. 3 separate times. 34-year-old Luis Perez, also apprehended by the Texas Department of Public Safety, received a report about a homicide in the area during the massive raid. Perez, again, a member of the transnational MS-13. Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, helping to lead that Colony Ridge operation, and appeared to be satisfied with the result. A lot of the people we're interested in were located. I know there's one that was convicted of either homicide or murder. Several known sexual predators were likewise picked up in the raid. Still, Homan believes this initial raid is only phase 1 of a larger criminal investigation planned for Colony Ridge. Governor Abbott first announced the Colony Ridge operation, tweeting on Monday that criminals and illegal immigrants were being targeted by federal and state law enforcement. Texas DPS troopers and special agents assisting Homeland Security. It seems they're just pulling people over and escalating that from there. Despite the announcement, Houston Landing seemed to kind of downplay the operation, claiming that conspiracy theorists had largely cooked up associations between Colony Ridge and the cartel activity. All right, we've been here for 2 years. It's nothing new for what we're doing. All of a sudden you get a tweet, and it just blows up about 9 before the hour. Knucklebuster, got you coming up in 2.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, back at it here, Knucklebuster, on a Friday at that loneliest hour. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We've almost got it whooped, Mr. Steve Sommers. It's almost the greatest day of the week here, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that quitting time will definitely make it good. Well, I'm going to give a Semper Fi shout-out to Truck and Field. And it was good to hear Mr. Grump and Mr. Lauren Wheat there giving their opinion on things this morning there. More than just one way of doing something there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, anyway, I ain't got a whole lot of bologna left. Well, they won't let me eat bologna anymore. They tell me it's bad for me. I don't know. They tell me to eat turkey bacon, but I just eat oven roasted turkey breast and real bacon, and I can tell them, yeah, I eat turkey bacon for you. Ain't no big deal there, right?
I've tried that. It's not, it's not too bad. I don't like it as much as real bacon, but I mean, if you get it nice and crispy, I'll do the turkey bacon. It's okay.
No, I ain't talking about eating that junk. I can't eat that garbage. I'm talking about eating turkey breast and real bacon.
Oh, okay.
That's my kind of turkey bacon.
All right.
When the doctor asked me, you eating turkey bacon? I said, yeah, I eat turkey bacon. Hey, oven roast turkey breast and
bacon.
Some real bacon with it, too.
I gotcha. All right.
Yep. So I'm eating turkey bacon now. All right, y'all buy some Seville products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Hey, Steve, like everybody else, needs a paycheck there. Y'all have a great weekend. God bless you and your family, Mr. Steve Summers.
All right,
thank
you much.
Conversing with you this week.
And just so you know, you're defeating the purpose of the turkey bacon. It's supposed to be more of a heart-healthy alternative to bacon. But like I said, I prefer real bacon, extra crispy. All right, Shorty, thanks for the heads up. Not this weekend, but the following, next Sunday. Can you believe March the 9th? It is spring forward time. All right, so we'll lose an hour of sleep. 2 a.m., we're going to jump to 3 a.m., right, technically, Saturday night, Sunday morning. And hopefully we'll stay on that time permanently. I agree. Enough with the time changes. Hello to Steve in Columbus. What do we got here? Hello, Steve Summers, all the listeners. The best day of the week is here. Looking forward to the weekend and looking forward to some relaxation. Coffee is hot. The car is ready. I think I'll work a couple hours in the office this morning and finish the day working from home. Everybody enjoy. I didn't know trash haulers could do that. Are you now a government employee? Sit in the office a couple hours and go home? Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. We're starting off at 31 degrees, a bit warmer to 57 today, Fort Wayne. Winds 40, 50 miles per hour possible, they're telling us. And a big shout out to the great Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend, everyone. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And with that, we'll say Semper Fi as well to you, and we'll close out another week. When we come back here at the midnight hour, Sunday night, Monday morning, we'll be rolling into the month of March. Hope you can join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me from above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but